was 23 years old when I learned that the most terrifying sound in the world is not a scream or a gunshot. It is the sound of someone else breathing in a room where you are supposed to be alone. At the time, I was living in a small studio apartment on the edge of a sleepy town in northern Maine. The building was an old converted textile mill that had been partitioned into living spaces with thin walls and high industrial ceilings. I worked as a night shift dispatcher for a local trucking company, which meant my internal clock was completely backward. I would come home at 6 o'clock in the morning, just as the sun was beginning to touch the tops of the pine trees, and I would try to sleep while the rest of the world was waking up. Living alone was something I took pride in. I had always been an independent person, and the isolation of the mill suited me. My apartment was on the third floor at the very end of a long, dimly lit hallway. Because it was an old building, the floors creaked and the pipes groaned, but I had grown used to those sounds. I knew the specific click of the radiator and the way the wind whistled through the gaps in the window frames when the winter air blew in from the coast. I felt safe there because I had 3 heavy deadbolts on my door, and the only way into my unit was through that single entrance or a sheer drop from the industrial windows. The week this happened had been particularly exhausting. A late-season snowstorm had snarled traffic across the state, and I had worked 3 double shifts in a row. By the time Friday morning rolled around, I was a walking ghost. My eyes were heavy, and my brain felt like it was wrapped in cotton. I remember walking up the stairs to my apartment, fumbling with my keys, and feeling a strange sense of relief when I finally heard the click of the lock. I did not even bother to turn on the lights. I kicked off my boots in the hallway and dropped my coat on the floor. The apartment was freezing because I had forgotten to leave the heat on, but I was too tired to care. I just wanted to crawl under my heavy wool blankets and disappear for 12 hours. I remember lying down and feeling the immediate weight of sleep pulling at me. My bed was pushed against the far wall away from the windows so that the morning light would not disturb me. I pulled the covers up to my chin and closed my eyes. The silence of the mill was absolute that morning. Usually, there was the distant sound of a neighbor closing a door or the hum of a refrigerator, but today it was as if the entire building was holding its breath. I drifted off almost instantly, falling into that deep, dreamless sleep that only comes from total physical exhaustion. I do not know how much time passed before I woke up. It was not a sudden waking like you experience after a nightmare. It was a slow, gradual return to consciousness. At first, I thought I was still dreaming. I felt a heavy warmth along my back. I assumed I had simply tangled myself in the blankets, or that the radiator had finally kicked in and was radiating heat across the room. But as my mind cleared, I realized the warmth was localized. It was a long, solid weight pressed firmly against the length of my spine. I stayed perfectly still. My heart began to throb in my ears, a slow, rhythmic thumping that seemed to fill the room. I told myself that I was imagining it. I told myself that the exhaustion was playing tricks on my mind. I was a grown man living in a secured building. There was no way anyone else could be in my bed. I tried to focus on my own breathing, trying to slow it down so I could listen to the room. That was when I felt it. The mattress shifted slightly. It was a minute movement, the kind of shift that happens when someone adjusts their weight. And then I heard it, a slow, deep inhale followed by a long, shuddering exhale. The breath was hot against the back of my neck. It smelled faintly of something metallic like copper or old coins. My entire body went cold. The primal part of my brain, the part that exists to keep us alive in the dark, screamed at me to run, but my muscles were locked in place. I lay there staring at the dark gray wall inches from my face. I could feel the rise and fall of another chest pressing against my shoulder blades. It was steady. It was rhythmic. Whoever was lying there was not trying to hide. They were sleeping. They were sleeping next to me as if they belonged there. I tried to go through a mental checklist of how this could have happened. Did I lock the door? I could vividly remember the sound of the deadbolt turning. Was there a window open? No, it was midwinter and the windows were painted shut from decades of neglect. Could it be a friend? No one had a key to my place, and I did not have many friends in town anyway. The logic was failing me. Every rational explanation I tried to build was dismantled by the unmistakable sensation of that person's breath hitting my skin. The breathing next to me changed. It became slightly faster, as if the person was moving into a lighter stage of sleep. I felt a hand move. It did not touch me, but I felt the fabric of the sheets rustle as an arm was repositioned. The person was lying on their side facing my back. I realized with a jolt of pure terror that if I turned around, my face would be inches away from theirs. I began to count. I told myself that on the count of 3 I would roll out of the bed and run for the door. 1. My fingers twitched against the underside of the duvet. 2. I tightened my calves, preparing to spring. 3. I did not move. The fear was a physical weight holding me down. I was terrified that if I moved, the person would wake up. I did not know what they wanted or why they were there, but the intimacy of the act suggested a level of derangement that I was not prepared to confront. To climb into a stranger's bed and fall asleep is not the act of a common thief. It is the act of someone who has moved beyond the normal rules of human behavior. I lay there for what felt like hours, although it was likely only minutes. I watched the shadows on the wall shift as the sun moved higher in the sky outside. A sliver of light began to peek through the heavy curtains, casting a dim orange glow across the room. In that light, I could see the edge of the blanket draped over the person behind me. The fabric was pulled taut. I decided I had to see. I needed to know if I was losing my mind or if there was truly a monster in my bed. I moved my head a fraction of an inch at a time. My neck felt stiff, and every tiny movement sounded like a thunderclap in the silent room. I turned my head, slowly peering over the curve of my shoulder. I saw a tuft of matted dark hair. It was greasy and tangled, sticking out from under the edge of my own quilt. I could see the top of a forehead, pale and slick with sweat. The person was wearing a dark hooded sweatshirt that looked filthy. I could see the way the fabric bunched at the shoulder. They were large, whoever they were. They took up nearly half of the small twin bed. My breath hitched in my throat. The person behind me stirred. The breathing stopped for a second, as if they were listening. I froze, holding my breath until my lungs burned. After a moment, the slow, heavy snoring resumed. They were still under. I realized then that my phone was on the nightstand on the other side of the person. My keys were in the hallway. My boots were by the door. I was trapped in my own bed, wearing only a thin t-shirt and pajama pants, while a total stranger slept inches away from me. I began to slide toward the edge of the bed very slowly. I moved an inch, then waited. Another inch, then waited. I was terrified that the mattress would spring back or make a noise that would alert them. My heart was beating so hard I was certain they could feel the vibrations through the bed frame. When I finally reached the very edge of the mattress, I prepared to roll off. I had a plan. I would hit the floor and run. I would not look back. I would get to the hallway, grab my keys, and get out of the apartment. I did not care about my shoes or my coat. I just needed to be on the other side of that locked door. I put my hand on the cold hardwood floor to steady myself. I was halfway off the bed when I felt a hand reach out. It did not grab me. It simply rested on my hip. The fingers were long and the grip was surprisingly gentle. "Go back to sleep," the voice whispered. It was a flat, toneless voice. It did not sound angry or threatening. It sounded like a mother comforting a child or a lover speaking in the middle of the night. But it was a voice I had never heard before. It was a voice that did not belong in my home. I did not scream. I did not fight. I simply went numb. The hand stayed there for a long time, its weight a constant reminder of my helplessness. I realized that the person was not fully awake, or perhaps they were in a state of delirium. They did not seem to realize that I was a stranger. They seemed to think I was someone they knew, someone they were supposed to be with. I lay there half on and half off the bed, paralyzed by the touch. The hand eventually relaxed, and the breathing returned to its deep, rhythmic pattern. I waited until I was absolutely sure they were deep in sleep again. This time, I did not move slowly. I threw myself off the bed and scrambled toward the door. I did not look back. I burst into the hallway and grabbed my keys from the small table by the entrance. I fumbled with the locks, my hands shaking so violently that I nearly dropped the keys twice. I finally got the door open and sprinted down the hallway. I did not take the elevator. I flew down the stairs 3 at a time, my bare feet slapping against the cold concrete. I did not stop until I was outside in the parking lot. The cold air hit me like a physical blow. The snow was still deep on the ground, and I was standing there in my socks, shivering and gasping for air. I looked up at my 3rd floor window. The curtains were still closed. Everything looked normal. I ran to my car and locked myself inside. I sat there for a long time watching the entrance to the building. I half expected to see the man come walking out or to see his face pressed against my window, but nothing happened. The mill remained silent and indifferent. I finally called the police. When they arrived, 2 officers went up to my apartment while I waited in the back of the patrol car. I was wrapped in a scratchy wool blanket and my feet were blue from the cold. I told them everything. I told them about the breathing and the hand and the voice. I saw the way they looked at each other. They thought I was having some kind of breakdown brought on by the night shift and the lack of sleep. They were gone for 20 minutes. When they came back down, their faces were grim. They told me the apartment was empty. The door had been locked from the inside when they arrived, and they had to use my keys to get in. There was no one in the bed and no one in the closets or under the furniture. But then the older officer handed me something. It was a small scrap of paper they had found on my pillow. On it in shaky, uneven handwriting were 4 words. "Thank you for sharing." I never went back to that apartment. I stayed with my sister for a few weeks until I could find a new place in a different town. I left most of my furniture and clothes behind. I did not want anything that had been in that room. The police never found anyone. There were no signs of forced entry and no fingerprints other than my own. They told me it was likely a squatter who had found a way in through the ventilation system, or perhaps someone with a master key, but they had no leads. Years have passed since that morning, but I still do not sleep well. I have moved 3 times, and each time I have installed the most advanced security systems money can buy. I have cameras in every room and sensors on every window. But every now and then, when the house is very quiet and I am drifting off to sleep, I will feel a slight shift in the weight of the mattress. I will feel a warmth along my spine that should not be there. And I will lie there in the dark, terrified to turn around, because I know that one day when I look over my shoulder, the person in my bed will not be sleeping. They will be wide awake, and they will be waiting for me. The transition to a new life in a different county was supposed to be the end of the nightmare. I chose a modern complex with bright hallways and heavy steel doors that felt more like a vault than a home. I took a job working in the middle of the day so that I would never again have to walk into a dark apartment while the rest of the world slept. I wanted to be surrounded by the noise of traffic and the sight of people walking their dogs. I wanted the sun to be high in the sky when I turned my key in the lock. Yet the silence of the old textile mill followed me like a shadow. It was a weight in the back of my mind that I could not shake. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that matted dark hair and felt the heat of that metallic breath. I spent the first few months in my new place obsessed with security. I did not care that the building had a doorman or that the elevators required a key fob to operate. I spent thousands of dollars on secondary locks and motion sensors that linked directly to my phone. I placed cameras in the corners of my living room and my kitchen. I even placed one in the bedroom, pointed directly at the bed so that I could check the feed from my desk at work. I needed to see the empty space. I needed to prove to myself that I was alone. For a long time, the screens showed nothing but the still air of an unoccupied room. I would watch the dust motes dance in the light and tell myself that the man from the mill was a ghost of a life I had left behind. but the human mind is a fragile thing when it is starved of peace. Even with the cameras and the locks, I found that I could not sleep in a bed anymore. The sight of a mattress with its soft, inviting surface made my stomach turn. I began to sleep on a hard wooden chair in the kitchen with my back against the wall, and the lights turned up to their highest setting. I told myself it was temporary. I told myself that I was just adjusting to the change in my schedule. But deep down, I knew the truth. I was afraid of the horizontal. I was afraid of the vulnerability that comes with lying down. I was afraid that the moment I closed my eyes, the world would shift and the space behind me would no longer be empty. It was a Tuesday in late October when the first crack in my new reality appeared. I had come home from work at 5 o'clock in the evening. The sun was just beginning to dip below the horizon, casting long purple shadows across the parking lot. I felt a sense of pride as I walked through my front door. I had checked the cameras throughout the day, and everything had been perfect. The apartment was exactly as I had left it. I set my bag on the counter and reached for the light switch, but my hand stopped halfway. There was a smell in the air. It was faint but unmistakable. It was the scent of old coins and copper. I stood frozen in the entryway. My heart began that familiar slow throb in my ears. I told myself that it was the pipes or perhaps something I had eaten for breakfast. I tried to find a rational explanation because the alternative was unthinkable. I walked slowly into the kitchen and opened the window to let in the crisp autumn air. I turned on every light in the apartment until the rooms were bathed in a harsh, artificial glow. I checked every closet. I looked under the sink. I even pulled the sofa away from the wall to ensure no one was hiding in the narrow gap. Everything was empty. There was no sign of an intruder. I sat down at my kitchen table and pulled up the recorded footage from my security cameras on my laptop. I started from the moment I left for work at 8 o'clock in the morning. I watched the video at double speed. I saw the empty living room. I saw the kitchen. I saw the bedroom. Nothing moved. The shadows shifted as the sun moved across the sky, but the rooms remained vacant. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. I was simply paranoid. The smell was likely a trick of my memory, a ghost of a scent triggered by my own anxiety. I was about to close the laptop when I noticed something in the bedroom feed. It was a tiny detail, a movement so small that I almost missed it. At exactly 2:14 in the afternoon, the edge of the duvet on my bed had twitched. It was not a draft. The windows were closed and the air conditioning was off. It was as if something underneath the fabric had shifted its weight. I rewound the footage and watched it again. My eyes were inches from the screen. There it was. A subtle ripple in the heavy wool, and then I saw the most terrifying thing of all. A hand reached out from beneath the bed. It was the same hand I remembered from the mill. The fingers were long and pale with dirty yellow nails. The hand gripped the edge of the mattress for a few seconds as if someone were bracing themselves to pull their body upward. But no one emerged. The hand simply stayed there for a full minute before slowly sliding back into the darkness beneath the bed frame. I felt the blood drain from my face. My breath came in short, ragged gasps. I was looking at the camera feed from my own bedroom taken only 3 hours earlier. The man had been there. He was in the room while I was at work. He was under the bed where I was supposed to sleep. I looked toward the bedroom door, which was standing slightly ajar. The hallway was dark. I realized then that I had not checked under the bed when I did my sweep of the apartment. I had looked in the closets and behind the sofa, but I had been too afraid to look under the place where the hand had come from. I grabbed a heavy iron skillet from the stove. It was the only weapon I had. I walked toward the bedroom, my feet feeling heavy and disconnected from my body. I pushed the door open the rest of the way. The room was silent. The light from the hallway spilled across the carpet in a long, thin rectangle. I could see the edge of the bed. I could see the duvet, which was now perfectly still. I knelt down on the floor a few feet away from the bed frame and tilted my head to look underneath. There was nothing there. The space under the bed was empty. There were a few dust bunnies and a stray sock, but the man was gone. I stood up and pulled the mattress off the frame, throwing it onto the floor in a fit of frantic energy. I needed to be sure. I ripped the sheets away and checked every inch of the room again. I was alone, but the smell of copper was stronger now. It was thick in the back of my throat, making it hard to swallow. I went back to the laptop and watched the rest of the footage. I wanted to see when he left. I watched the minutes tick by. 2:15, 2:30, 3 o'clock. The hand did not reappear. The room remained empty. I fast-forwarded to the moment I walked into the apartment at 5 o'clock. I saw myself enter the frame. I saw myself stand in the entryway. I saw myself check the closets. And then I saw him. In the video, as I was standing in the kitchen with my back to the bedroom, he emerged from the shadows of the hallway. He did not come from under the bed. He had been standing in the corner of the room the whole time, blended so perfectly into the darkness that the camera had not registered his presence until he moved. He was tall and thin, wearing the same filthy hooded sweatshirt. He walked with a strange limping gait, as if his legs did not quite belong to him. I watched the screen in horror as the man walked up behind me in the kitchen. In the video, I was busy opening the window. He stood only inches away from my back. He leaned in and seemed to sniff the air near my neck. His face was hidden by the hood, but I could see the pale, slick skin of his jaw. He stayed there for a long time watching me. He looked like a predator deciding whether or not to strike. Then, just as I turned around to head toward the living room, he stepped backward into the laundry closet. I had checked that closet. I remember opening the door and looking at the washing machine. I remember seeing nothing but a pile of dirty towels. I paused the video and zoomed in on the laundry closet. The door was slightly cracked. He was in there right now. I did not wait to see more. I dropped the laptop and ran for the front door. I did not grab my keys or my phone. I just wanted to be out of that space. I burst into the hallway and slammed the door behind me, hearing the heavy click of the automatic lock. I did not stop until I was in the lobby, standing near the doorman who was reading a newspaper. He looked up at me with a bored expression, as if people ran out of their apartments in a panic every day. "Is everything all right, sir?" he asked. I could not speak. I just pointed toward the elevators. My chest felt like it was being crushed by an invisible hand. I took a deep breath and tried to steady my voice. "I need you to call the police," I managed to say. "There is someone in my apartment." The doorman frowned and stood up. He looked at the security monitors on his desk. "I do not see anyone on the floor cameras," he said. "Are you sure you did not just hear the pipes? This building is old, and sometimes the heating system makes a lot of noise." "I am sure," I told him. "I have it on video. Please just call them." He sighed and picked up the phone. I stood there shivering despite the warmth of the lobby. I watched the elevator lights. I expected the doors to open and for that tall, thin man to walk out with his limping gait. I expected him to find me here in the light, but the elevators remained on the ground floor. The police arrived 10 minutes later. It was 2 officers, again different men than the ones in the mill, but they had the same skeptical look on their faces. They took my spare key from the doorman and went up to the 4th floor. I waited in the lobby, my eyes fixed on the ceiling, as if I could see through the concrete to the room where my life was being dismantled. When they came back down, they were not alone. They were carrying a small black bag and a roll of yellow tape. My heart leaped. "Did you find him?" I asked. The younger officer shook his head. "No one was there, sir. The apartment is secure, but we found some things that we think you should see." I followed them back up to the 4th floor. I did not want to go, but I felt a strange compulsion to see the end of it. The apartment felt different now. The air was cold, and the light seemed dimmer than before. They led me into the kitchen and pointed toward the laundry closet. The washing machine had been moved. It was a heavy unit, but it had been shoved aside as if it were made of cardboard. Behind it in the wall was a small rectangular opening. It was a crawl space that led into the guts of the building, where the plumbing and electrical wires were housed. The opening was dark and smelled of damp earth and old metal. "We found this inside," the officer said. He held up a small collection of items that had been gathered from the crawl space. There was a pile of candy, wrappers, a stained pillow, and a stack of photographs. I leaned in to look at the photos. They were all of me. Some were taken from across the street while I was walking to my car. Others were taken from inside the apartment while I was sleeping on the kitchen chair. There were dozens of them, all captured with a steady professional hand. But the most disturbing thing was the last item the officer pulled from the bag. It was a small leather-bound journal. He opened it to a marked page and handed it to me. The handwriting was the same shaky, uneven script I had seen on the pillow at the textile mill. October 22nd, the entry read, "He is starting to notice the smell. I have to be more careful. He likes the light, but the dark is where we belong together. He does not understand yet that I am the only one who truly knows him. I watch him breathe and I feel his heartbeat. We are the same." I dropped the journal as if it were made of burning coal. He had been living in the walls. He had followed me from the mill across 3 counties and into this high-security building. He had found a way into the crawl space before I even moved in. He had been watching me for months, waiting in the shadows while I checked my cameras and locked my doors. He knew my routine. He knew my fears. The police searched the crawl space, but it led into a maze of maintenance tunnels that ran throughout the entire complex. There were dozens of exits into other apartments and into the basement. They could not track him. It was as if he had simply vanished into the architecture of the building. I moved again the next day. I did not take anything with me. I left the furniture, the clothes, and even the laptop. I drove 300 miles south and checked into a motel under a fake name. I spent the night sitting in the bathtub with the shower running to drown out the silence. I did not sleep. I watched the door and the small vent in the ceiling. I realized then that it did not matter where I went. It did not matter how many locks I installed or how many cameras I bought. The man was not just a squatter or a thief. He was something else. He was a shadow that had attached itself to my life. He was the breathing in the room. He was the warmth along my spine. I started to think about the voice I had heard in the mill. "Go back to sleep," it had whispered. It had sounded so kind, so familiar. I began to wonder if I had known him in another life, or if he was a part of me that I had somehow cast out into the world. The thought was madness, but in the dark of a motel room, madness feels like the only thing that makes sense. I stayed in the motel for a week before I realized I was running out of money. I had to find a job. I had to find a place to live. I chose a small town in the middle of the woods where the houses were spread far apart. I rented a cabin that had no crawl spaces and no maintenance tunnels. It was a simple one-room structure with a stone floor and a heavy oak door. There was no electricity and no running water. I wanted a place where there were no walls for a man to hide inside. I spent my days chopping wood and carrying water from a nearby stream. The physical labor exhausted me, and for the first time in years, I began to sleep through the night. I felt safe in the simplicity of the woods. The trees did not have eyes, and the wind did not breathe with a metallic scent. I started to believe that I had finally escaped. But the winter came early that year. The first snow fell in November, covering the world in a thick white blanket. I was sitting by the fireplace one evening watching the embers glow when I heard a sound outside. It was a soft scratching against the wood of the door. I did not move. I gripped the handle of my axe and waited. The scratching continued for a few minutes, then stopped. I told myself it was an animal, a squirrel or a raccoon looking for warmth. I refused to let the fear take hold of me. I went to bed and fell into a deep, heavy sleep. When I woke up the next morning, the cabin was freezing. The fire had gone out and the air was thick with frost. I got out of bed and walked toward the door to get more wood. I stopped when I saw the floor. There in the dust and the ash near the hearth were a set of footprints. They were bare feet long and narrow with crooked toes. They led from the door to the side of my bed and then back again. I looked at the door. It was still locked from the inside. The heavy iron bolt was in place. There was no way anyone could have entered the cabin without breaking the lock or the window, and yet the footprints were there. I sat down on the floor and put my face in my hands. I felt a strange sense of resignation. I was tired of running. I was tired of being afraid. I realized that he was not following me. He was waiting for me. Every move I made, every new home I found was just another room in a house that he already owned. I looked toward the corner of the cabin where the shadows were deepest. I could not see him, but I knew he was there. I could feel the heat of his presence. I could smell the faint scent of copper. "Why are you doing this?" I whispered to the empty room. There was no answer for a long time. The only sound was the crackling of the frost on the windows. Then from the darkness I heard a low, rhythmic sound. It was the sound of someone breathing. "Because you asked me to," the voice replied. The voice did not come from the corner. It came from inside my own chest. It was my own voice, but it sounded older and more weary. It was the voice of a man who had been walking for a very long time. I looked down at my hands. They were pale and thin. My nails were yellowed and dirty. I felt the fabric of my shirt and realized it was a dark hooded sweatshirt, filthy and bunched at the shoulders. I reached up and touched my hair. It was matted and greasy, sticking out in wild tufts. I walked over to the small mirror I had hung near the wash basin. I had not looked at myself in weeks. I had avoided my reflection because I did not want to see the toll the fear had taken on me. I took a deep breath and looked into the glass. The face staring back at me was not mine. It was the face from the mill. It was the face from the security camera. The eyes were sunken and bloodshot, and the skin was slick with sweat. I opened my mouth to scream, but no sound came out. I realized then the true nature of the horror. There was no man in the walls. There was no stranger in the bed. There was only me. The exhaustion, the trauma, and the isolation had fractured my mind into two pieces. One piece was the victim, the man who ran and locked his doors. The other piece was the hunter, the man who lived in the shadows and watched from the dark. I had been the one who climbed into the bed at the mill. I had been the one who wrote the note on the pillow. I had been the one who moved the washing machine and lived in the crawl space. I had been following myself all along. The weight of the realization was too much to bear. I fell to my knees on the cold stone floor. I felt the two halves of my mind trying to merge, trying to become one again. But the hunter was stronger. The hunter had been born from the darkness, and he did not want to leave. I felt a hand reach out and touch my shoulder. It was my own hand, but it felt like the hand of a stranger. "Go back to sleep," I whispered to myself. I lay down on the floor and closed my eyes. I felt the warmth along my spine. I felt the rhythmic rise and fall of my own chest. I was no longer alone. I would never be alone again. The snow continued to fall outside, burying the cabin in a silent white tomb. Inside, the air smelled of copper and old coins. The breathing was steady. The breathing was rhythmic. And in the dark, the two men who were one man finally found their peace. The cold stone of the cabin floor felt like ice against my cheek, but the chill did not matter anymore. I lay there for what felt like hours, listening to the duality of my own pulse. The realization that I was the source of my own terror should have brought a sense of clarity, or perhaps a final break into madness, but instead it brought a heavy and hollow silence. I remained still as the fire in the hearth died down to a few glowing embers. The light flickered one last time, and then the room was swallowed by a thick and absolute velvet blackness. In that darkness, the distinction between the victim and the hunter began to blur, until I could no longer tell which part of my soul was in control of my limbs. I stood up slowly, and my joints popped with a sound like dry twigs snapping. My body felt heavy and unfamiliar, as if I were wearing a suit of lead. I walked to the door and slid the heavy iron bolt back. The metal was frozen, and it bit into the skin of my palms, but I did not flinch. I stepped out into the night, and the snow was already knee-deep. The air was so cold that it turned my breath into a thick white shroud that hung before my face. I looked back at the cabin, and it seemed like a small and fragile box lost in an ocean of white. It was no longer a sanctuary. It was a cage that I had built for myself. I began to walk into the woods, and I did not have a destination in mind. I only knew that I could not stay in one place for too long. The hunter within me demanded movement, and the victim within me was too tired to resist. My bare feet sank into the snow, and I waited for the pain of the frostbite to set in, but it never came. I felt a strange and terrifying numbness that seemed to radiate from my core outward to my extremities. I was becoming part of the landscape, and a ghost moving through a world of shadows and ice. As I walked, I began to remember things that I had suppressed. I remembered the nights in the apartment when I would wake up in the middle of the floor with no memory of how I got there. I remembered the taste of raw copper in my mouth, and the way the shadows in the corner seemed to reach out and embrace me. I remembered the feeling of the laundry closet wall against my back as I watched the other version of myself through the crack in the door. It was not a stranger I had been watching, but a reflection of a life I was no longer allowed to lead. I had been mourning a man who was already dead, and I was the one who had killed him. The forest grew thicker as I climbed the side of a steep ridge. The pine trees groaned under the weight of the snow, and the sound was like a chorus of low and mournful voices. I found a small cave nestled beneath a shelf of granite, and I crawled inside. The space was cramped and smelled of damp earth and old pine needles. It reminded me of the textile mill and the crawl space behind the washing machine. It was a place where things went to be forgotten. I curled into a ball and pressed my forehead against the cold stone. I closed my eyes, and I saw the face of the man from the mill again. It was my face, but it was distorted by a hunger that I could not name. I realized that the trauma of that first night in the ruins had triggered something deep within my subconscious. It was a survival mechanism that had gone wrong, and a defensive wall that had grown so high that it had trapped the person it was meant to protect. I had created a monster to keep me safe from the world, and now the monster was all that remained. I stayed in the cave for 3 days, and I watched the sun rise and set through the narrow opening. I did not feel hunger or thirst. I only felt a deep and abiding sense of waiting. I was waiting for the final piece of the puzzle to fall into place. On the 4th morning, the snow stopped falling, and the sky turned a brilliant and piercing blue. The light was so bright that it hurt my eyes, and I crawled out of the cave like a blind animal. I looked down into the valley, and I saw a small cluster of lights in the distance. It was a town and a place where people lived their lives in the warmth and the light. I felt a sudden and violent surge of resentment. They did not know the darkness that lived just outside their doors. They did not know how thin the veil was between the person they thought they were and the shadow that followed them. I wanted to go down there and show them. I wanted to walk through their streets and let them see the face of the man who lived in the walls. But as I started down the slope, I stopped. I saw my reflection in a pool of meltwater that had gathered on a flat rock. The face in the water was gaunt and wild, and the eyes were wide and yellowed like the eyes of a wolf. I looked at my hands and saw that the skin was gray and translucent. I was no longer a man. I was a manifestation of fear and a physical embodiment of the things that people whisper about when the lights go out. I turned away from the town and headed deeper into the wilderness. I knew now that there was no going back to the world of men. I could not sit in a kitchen or sleep in a bed or speak to a doorman ever again. I was part of the architecture of the dark, and a secret that the world kept hidden from itself. I would find other mills and other crawl spaces. I would find the people who were lonely and afraid, and I would sit in the shadows of their rooms and listen to them breathe. I would be the smell of copper and the sound of a shifting duvet. I reached the top of the ridge and looked out over the endless expanse of the forest. The wind picked up and carried the scent of wood smoke from a distant chimney. I breathed it in and felt a flicker of the old me and the man who liked the light. He was still there and buried deep beneath the layers of gray skin and yellowed nails. He was crying and he was screaming for help, but his voice was so faint that I could barely hear it. "Go back to sleep," I whispered to him. The voice was mine, and it was the only voice I had left. I began to walk again, and my limping gait left a trail of uneven prints in the fresh snow. I did not look back. I did not wonder what would happen when the winter ended or when the food ran out. I only knew that I was moving and that the shadow was following me, and that for the first time in my life we were walking in the same direction. I found a road that wound through the mountains and I followed it for miles. I stayed in the trees and I watched the cars pass by with their bright headlights cutting through the gloom. The people inside were safe and they were warm and they were completely unaware of the figure that watched them from the edge of the woods. I felt a strange sense of peace. I was no longer the one being hunted. I was the one who watched. As the sun began to set, I saw a sign for a small rest area. There was a single truck parked in the lot and the driver was asleep in the cab. I approached the vehicle with silent steps and my feet making no sound on the pavement. I looked through the window and saw the man. He was young and he had a map spread out on the seat next to him. He looked tired and he looked like a man who was running away from something. I reached out and touched the glass of the window. My fingers left a faint and oily smudge. The man stirred in his sleep and he frowned as if he were having a bad dream. I stayed there for a long time and I watched him breathe. I felt his heart beat in time with my own. I wanted to open the door and sit next to him. I wanted to tell him that it was okay to be afraid. But I did not. I turned and walked back into the darkness of the trees. I had a long way to go and many more rooms to find. I was the breathing in the hallway. I was the scratch at the door. I was the shadow that never left. And as I disappeared into the night, I felt the hunter and the victim finally merge into a single and terrifying whole. The story of the man I used to be was over, and the story of the thing I had become was only just beginning. The realization did not shatter me so much as it dissolved me. I stood in the middle of the frozen cabin and looked at the footprints that I now understood were my own. I had become a passenger in my own body. The two halves of my consciousness were like a pair of wolves trapped in a single cage, and one was finally consuming the other. I looked down at the axe in my hand. The wood was smooth and the steel was cold. I wondered if I should end it then and there, but the hunter within me was far too strong. He was vibrant and alive, while the man I used to be was nothing more than a fading echo. I left the cabin as the sun began to sink below the jagged horizon of the mountains. I did not take the axe and I did not take the blankets. I walked out into the waist-deep snow dressed in nothing but the filthy hooded sweatshirt and the thin trousers I had worn for weeks. The cold should have killed me within the hour. My skin turned a deep and bruised purple, then a pale and waxy white, but I felt no pain. I felt only a strange and buzzing energy that radiated from the base of my skull. It was as if my nerves had been replaced with copper wires. I moved through the drifts with a rhythmic and predatory grace that I had never possessed before. I walked through the night and I did not stop to rest. I crossed frozen streams where the ice groaned like a dying beast beneath my weight. I climbed steep ridges where the wind howled with such force that it threatened to tear the hair from my scalp. I was looking for something. I was looking for a new home. The cabin had been a cage because it was too small and too isolated. A predator needs a territory, and a territory requires prey. I needed to find a place where there were walls to hide behind and vents to whisper through. I needed to find the city again. By the time the sun rose on the second day, I reached the outskirts of a small industrial town. It was a place of rust and gray brick, where the smoke from the factories hung in the air like a heavy curtain. I found an abandoned warehouse near the railroad tracks. The windows were broken and the roof had partially collapsed, but it was perfect. It was a labyrinth of steel girders and deep shadows. I climbed into the rafters and sat there for hours watching the workers move through the streets below. I felt a deep and burning hunger, but it was not a hunger for food. It was a hunger for presence. I wanted to be near them. I wanted to be the secret that they carried home with them at night. I began to move through the town under the cover of darkness. I learned how to navigate the rooftops and how to slide down the drain pipes without making a sound. I found that I could squeeze through gaps that seemed far too small for a grown man. My bones felt flexible and my joints felt loose. I was becoming something that was no longer entirely human. I was a creature of the architecture. I found a way into a large apartment building through a faulty coal chute in the basement. I spent 3 days living in the crawl space beneath the lobby floor. I listened to the footsteps of the tenants, and I learned the rhythm of their lives. There was a woman who lived in Unit 402. She lived alone, and she was always looking over her shoulder. She reminded me of the man I used to be. She checked her locks 3 times before she went to bed. She kept a small lamp burning in the hallway all night. She was afraid of the dark, and she was afraid of the silence. I decided that she would be the one. I found a maintenance shaft that ran behind her kitchen wall. I spent hours pressed against the plasterboard listening to her hum to herself as she washed the dishes. I felt a strange and twisted sense of affection for her. She was my mirror. One night I found a loose panel under her sink. I waited until she was fast asleep, and then I slid out from the wall. The air in her apartment smelled of lavender and expensive soap. It was a sharp contrast to the scent of rust and rot that had become my own. I walked through her living room, and I did not make a sound. I stood over her bed and I watched her sleep. Her breathing was shallow and uneven. She was dreaming of something terrible. I reached out a hand and I touched the edge of her pillow. I wanted to tell her that she was not alone. I wanted to tell her that I was there to keep watch. I began to leave small signs for her. I would move a chair a few inches to the left. I would leave a single copper penny on her nightstand. I would turn off the hallway lamp while she was in the shower. I watched her reaction through the vent in the ceiling. She became more frantic and more paranoid. She installed new locks, and she bought a heavy iron bolt for her bedroom door. She called the police, but they found no evidence of an intruder. They told her that she was imagining things. They told her that she was stressed. I felt a surge of triumph. I was the ghost that no one could see. I was the shadow that could not be caught. But the hunter within me was not satisfied with mere observation. He wanted more. He wanted to be recognized. He wanted the two halves of the world to collide. I began to spend more time in her apartment while she was there. I would hide under her bed or behind the heavy curtains in the parlor. I would listen to her talk on the phone to her mother. She cried often. She said that she felt like she was being watched. She said that she could smell something metallic in the air. I smiled in the dark. I was the smell of copper. I was the heat along her spine. One evening she came home and she did not turn on the lights. She sat on the sofa and she stared at the wall where I was hiding. She looked tired and defeated. She had given up on the locks and she had given up on the cameras. She knew that there was something in the house with her, and she knew that she could not escape it. I felt a sudden and overwhelming sense of pity. I remembered the motel room where I had sat in the bathtub with the shower running. I remembered the terror of the crawl space in my own apartment. I realized that I was doing to her what I had done to myself. I stepped out from behind the curtain. I did not try to hide. I stood in the middle of the room and I let the moonlight fall across my face. I wanted her to see me. I wanted her to know that the monster was real. She did not scream. She did not move. She simply looked at me with eyes that were wide and empty. She looked at my matted hair and my gray skin and my yellowed nails. She looked at the man who had become a shadow. "Who are you?" she whispered. Her voice was barely audible above the sound of the wind outside. I looked at her and I tried to remember my own name. I tried to find the words to explain what had happened to me. I wanted to tell her about the mill and the journal and the footprints in the snow, but the words would not come. My tongue felt heavy and dry in my mouth. I realized that I had forgotten how to speak. I had spent so much time in the silence that the language of men had been lost to me. I was no longer a person with a history and a name. I was a presence and a force of nature. "I am the one who watches," I thought, but the words did not leave my throat. She stood up slowly and she walked toward me. I expected her to run or to strike me, but she did neither. She reached out a hand and she touched my cheek. Her skin was warm and soft and the contact felt like a bolt of lightning. For a brief second, the two halves of my mind snapped back together. I saw myself through her eyes. I saw the horror and the filth and the madness. I felt the weight of everything I had lost. I felt the cold and the hunger and the absolute loneliness of my existence. "I am sorry," I whispered. The words were cracked and broken, but they were mine. She did not pull away. She looked at me with a profound and terrible sadness. She saw the man trapped inside the monster. She saw the victim who had been forced to become the hunter. She took a deep breath and she leaned forward until her forehead was resting against mine. We stood there in the dark for a long time, and the only sound was the synchronized beating of our hearts. I felt the darkness within me begin to recede. I felt the hunter pull back into the shadows of my subconscious. But then the door to the apartment burst open. The police had arrived. They had been called by a neighbor who had seen a figure on the fire escape. The room was suddenly filled with the blinding glare of flashlights and the harsh shouting of men. The woman screamed and she was pulled away from me. I felt the old instinct take over. The hunter surged forward with a roar of fury. I did not see the officers as men. I saw them as threats to my territory. I saw them as obstacles to the peace I had briefly found. I lunged toward the nearest light. I moved with a speed that was impossible for a human being. I felt the impact of a heavy body against mine, and I heard the sound of a struggle. I felt a sharp and biting pain in my side, but I did not stop. I fought with the desperation of a cornered animal. I wanted to get back to the shadows. I wanted to get back to the safety of the walls. I broke free from the grasp of the men, and I dove through the open window. I hit the fire escape with a clang of metal, and I scrambled down the stairs. I ran into the night, and I did not look back. I could hear the sirens behind me, and I could see the flashing blue and red lights reflecting off the wet pavement. I ran until my lungs burned, and my legs felt like they were made of glass. I found an alleyway filled with overflowing trash bins, and I crawled deep into the pile. I lay there shivering and gasping for air. I felt the warm flow of blood from the wound in my side. I looked at my hands, and I saw that they were covered in grime and gore. I had failed. I had tried to bridge the gap between the two halves of my soul, and I had only succeeded in bringing the world down upon me. I realized then that there was no place for me in the light. There was no redemption for the man who lived in the walls. I was a creature of the dark, and the dark was the only place where I could exist. I closed my eyes, and I felt the hunter begin to purr in the back of my mind. He was happy. He was back in control. He liked the taste of the blood, and he liked the thrill of the chase. I waited until the sirens faded into the distance and the city became quiet again. I crawled out from the trash and I looked up at the towering buildings that surrounded me. They were full of secrets. They were full of crawl spaces and maintenance tunnels and hidden corners. They were full of people who were lonely and people who were afraid. I felt a new sense of purpose. I would not stay in this town. I would move again. I would find a bigger city with more walls and more shadows. I would find a place where I could disappear forever. I began to walk toward the freight yards. I knew that a train would be leaving soon. I would find a dark corner in a boxcar and I would ride it until the tracks ended. I would be a ghost on the rails. I would be the breathing in the night. I felt the warmth along my spine and I knew that the shadow was with me. We were one and the same. We were the man who ran and the man who followed. We were the terror and the comfort. We were the silence and the sound. As I climbed onto the moving train, I looked back at the city one last time. The lights were twinkling like fallen stars. I thought of the woman in Unit 402. I wondered if she would ever sleep soundly again. I wondered if she would still smell the copper in the air when she woke up in the middle of the night. I hoped that she would remember the moment when our foreheads touched. I hoped she would remember that even the monsters are lonely. The train gathered speed and the wind began to howl through the open door of the boxcar. I curled up in the corner and I pulled my hood low over my face. I felt the rhythmic vibration of the wheels against the tracks. It sounded like a heartbeat. It sounded like a lullaby. I closed my eyes and I felt the darkness wrap itself around me like a heavy blanket. I was no longer afraid of the man in the walls. I was the man in the walls. And as the train carried me away into the vast and empty night, I finally went back to sleep. The vibration of the steel floor beneath me became the only reality. The boxcar was a hollow ribcage of rusted metal, and the wind that whipped through the gaps was a cold blade that carved away the last remnants of my humanity. I lay in the corner and watched the landscape blur into a smear of black and gray. I did not know where the train was going, and I did not care. Distance was a concept for people with destinations. For me, it was simply a way to thin the blood of my past until it was transparent. I was moving toward a horizon that had no name, and I felt the heavy pull of the void in my chest. The wound in my side throbbed with every jolt of the wheels. I reached down and felt the wetness of my shirt. The blood was thick and dark, but it did not feel like it belonged to me. It felt like a leaking pipe in a house that I was merely renting. I did not try to stop the flow. I simply watched it soak into the floorboards. I was curious to see how much of me could drain away before the hunter finally stood up and walked on his own. The man who had been loved, and the man who had worked in an office, and the man who had feared the dark were all spilling out onto the tracks. They were becoming part of the gravel and the weeds. I drifted into a state that was neither sleep nor wakefulness. I saw faces in the swirling dust of the boxcar. I saw the woman from the apartment, and I saw the driver of the truck, and I saw the reflection of the thing I had become in the window of the cabin. They all looked at me with the same expression of quiet horror. They were the witnesses to my transformation. I wanted to reach out to them and explain that this was not a choice. It was a gravity. Once you step off the edge of the world, you do not fall so much as you are pulled. The shadows are not empty spaces. They are hungry mouths. The train slowed as it entered a vast rail yard on the edge of a great city. I could smell the sea and the scent of salt mixed with the heavy odor of diesel and garbage. I waited until the cars groaned to a halt, and then I slid out of the door. The ground was hard and covered in black soot. I moved through the maze of stationary tankers and flatbeds, and I felt the familiar hum of the city in my bones. This was a place of millions of walls. It was a forest of brick and glass where 1,000 secrets could live in the gaps between the buildings. I felt a surge of energy that pushed the pain of my wound into the background. I was home. I found a way out of the yard by climbing a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. My clothes caught on the metal, and I felt the skin of my palms tear, but I did not stop. I dropped onto a sidewalk that was cracked and overgrown with weeds. The streetlights were flickering, and the air was thick with the sound of distant sirens and the rumble of traffic. I walked with my head down and my hood pulled low. I was a ghost among the living. I passed a man sleeping in a doorway, and I felt a momentary connection to him. We were both discarded things, but I had found a way to turn my exile into a kingdom. He was waiting for the world to notice him while I was working to ensure that the world never would. I needed a base. I needed a place where I could watch without being seen. I found an old tenement building that had been boarded up and marked for demolition. It stood like a rotting tooth in the middle of a block of abandoned storefronts. I found a basement window that had been smashed, and I squeezed through the jagged opening. The air inside was cool and smelled of damp earth and ancient dust. I moved through the darkness with the confidence of a creature that had been born in the shadows. I found a service elevator shaft, and I began to climb the greasy cables. My muscles were thin, but they were like whipcord. I climbed until I reached the top floor, and then I crawled into the crawl space above the ceiling. It was a narrow world of wooden joists and fiberglass insulation. It was perfect. I could hear the wind whistling through the cracks in the roof, and I could see the glow of the city lights through the holes in the brickwork. I lay down on a pile of old newspapers, and I let the darkness take me. I slept for a day and a night, and when I woke up, the wound in my side had begun to knit together. The skin was puckered and red, but the fire had gone out of it. I felt a deep and hollow hunger in my stomach, but it was manageable. I had learned how to live on the crumbs of the world. I spent the next week exploring the neighborhood. I learned the patterns of the streets and the rhythms of the people who lived there. I found that I could move between the buildings using the interconnected rooftops and the narrow alleys that were invisible from the main road. I was a shadow that drifted over the city, and I began to feel a sense of ownership. This was my territory. I was the king of the forgotten spaces. I found a way into a small grocery store through a vent in the back, and I took what I needed. I took cans of soup and boxes of crackers and bottles of water. I moved with such silence that the night clerk never even looked up from his magazine. But the hunter was not content with survival. He wanted the intimacy of the hunt. He wanted to feel the heat of another person's life. I began to look for a new mirror. I found a row of brownstones that backed onto an alleyway. They were expensive homes with high ceilings and large windows. The people who lived there felt safe behind their heavy doors and their sophisticated alarm systems. They did not realize that a house is only as secure as its smallest opening. They did not realize that a man who has lost everything can fit through a gap no larger than a shoelace. I chose a house at the end of the block. It belonged to a man who lived alone. He was older and he moved with a slow and deliberate grace. He spent his evenings in a library filled with books, and he drank tea while he read by the fire. I watched him from the roof of the building across the alley. I watched the way he turned the pages and the way he adjusted his glasses. I felt a strange sense of envy. He had a life of order and meaning while I was a creature of chaos and void. I wanted to be near that order. I wanted to see if it would rub off on me or if I would simply extinguish it. I found a coal chute in the back of the house that had not been used in decades. The lock was rusted and brittle, and it snapped with a single twist of a crowbar I had found in the trash. I slid down the chute and landed in a pile of old dust and cobwebs. The basement was vast and filled with the relics of a long life. There were trunks of clothes and crates of old records and furniture wrapped in plastic. I found a space behind a heavy wardrobe where I could hide. I sat there for hours and listened to the sounds of the house. I heard the hum of the refrigerator and the ticking of a grandfather clock and the soft footsteps of the man on the floor above. I began to move through the house while he was in the library. I learned the layout of the rooms and the location of the creaky floorboards. I was a phantom in the hallways. I would stand in the shadows of the dining room and watch him eat his dinner. I would hide in the pantry and listen to him talk to himself while he made his tea. He was a lonely man, and he spoke to the empty air as if he were expecting an answer. I wanted to be that answer. I wanted to whisper my name into the silence and see if he would recognize it. One night I became bold. I waited until he had gone to bed, and then I went into the library. The room smelled of old paper and wood smoke. I ran my fingers along the spines of the books, and I felt a ghost of a memory. I remembered a time when I had loved to read. I remembered a time when words had been my friends. I picked up a volume of poetry, and I opened it to a random page. The words were beautiful and strange, and they felt like a code that I could no longer decipher. I realized that the man I used to be was truly dead. He had been replaced by a thing that did not need stories. It only needed the hunt. I left the book open on the desk and I went back to the basement. The next morning I heard the man gasp as he entered the library. I heard him mutter to himself about his memory, and I heard the rustle of the pages as he closed the book. I felt a thrill of power. I was changing his reality. I was the ghost in the machine of his life. I began to leave other signs. I would move his reading glasses from the side table to the mantel. I would leave a single dead leaf on his pillow. I would turn the heat up until the house was stifling, and then I would turn it down until the windows frosted over. The man became agitated. He began to search the house with a flashlight in the middle of the night. He would stand at the top of the basement stairs and call out into the dark. "Is anyone there?" he would ask. His voice was trembling and thin. I would sit in the shadows just a few feet away and I would hold my breath. I wanted to reach out and touch his foot. I wanted to see the look on his face when he realized that he was not alone, but I did not. I was a predator, and a predator does not reveal himself until the moment of the strike. But the strike never came. I realized that I did not want to hurt him. I wanted to be him. I wanted to inhabit his life like a hermit crab inhabiting a shell. I wanted to feel the warmth of his fire and the soft weight of his blankets. I began to spend more time in the main part of the house. I would sleep in the guest room while he was in the garden. I would wash my face in his sink and I would wear his old sweaters. I was becoming a parasite and the house was my host. I felt a sense of peace that I had not known since the mill. I was no longer running. I was dwelling. The realization that I was no longer a person but a presence was not a burden. It was a release. I did not have to worry about the future or the past. I only had to worry about the next breath and the next shadow. I was the secret inhabitant of 100 different lives. I was the one who watched from the edge of the woods and the one who whispered in the hallway. I was the hunter and the victim and the ghost. I was the man in the walls, and I was finally home. The story of the man I used to be was a fading echo in a vast and empty canyon, and the story of the thing I had become was written in the dust of 1,000 forgotten rooms. I closed my eyes and let the darkness take me, and for the first time in my life, I was not afraid of what I would find when I woke up. I was the dark, and the dark was me. The piece of the old brownstone was a fragile thing. I spent my days folded into the hollow spaces of the architecture like a secret kept by the wood and stone. The man who lived there was named Arthur. I knew this because I had seen his name on the envelopes that sat in a silver tray by the front door. He was a man of predictable movements and soft sounds. He was the sun around which I drifted like a cold and silent moon. I watched him from the shadows of the vents and the gaps in the floorboards. I learned the way his joints creaked when he sat down, and the way he hummed a low and tuneless melody when he was worried. I felt as if I were learning the grammar of a human life after being illiterate for a lifetime. But the hunter within me began to grow restless. The silence was too thick, and the safety was too heavy. The creature that lived in the back of my mind did not want a home. It wanted a wilderness. It did not want to watch a man read poetry. It wanted to hear the sound of a heart racing in the dark. The wound in my side had healed into a thick and jagged scar that felt like a permanent reminder of the world outside. It itched whenever the air grew cold, and it reminded me that I was a fugitive. I was a man who had broken the laws of nature and the laws of men. I could not stay in one place forever. The shadows would eventually grow thin, and the world would find a way to shine a light into my corner. I began to feel the walls of the brownstone closing in on me. The beauty of the library and the warmth of the fire became a cage. I was a parasite that had grown too large for its host. I started to venture out into the city again during the hours when the moon was high and the streets were empty. I found that the great city was a different beast than the small town I had left behind. It was a place of infinite layers. There were tunnels beneath the streets that stretched for miles, and there were heights that touched the clouds. I found a network of maintenance corridors that connected the basements of the entire block. I could move like a vein of black ink through the heart of the neighborhood. I discovered that I was not the only thing living in the gaps. I found nests of blankets and empty cans in the corners of the subway tunnels. I saw the shadows of other men who had chosen to disappear. They were not like me. They were broken by the world, and they were hiding because they had nowhere else to go. I was hiding because I had become something else. I was not a victim of the light. I was an ambassador of the darkness. I did not feel pity for them. I felt a strange and distant curiosity. They were the ghosts of the city, and I was the reaper. One night I found a way into a high-rise building that was still under construction. It was a skeleton of steel and concrete that loomed over the waterfront. I climbed the exterior scaffolding until I was 50 stories above the ground. The wind was a physical force that tried to push me into the abyss. I stood on a narrow beam and looked out over the sea of lights. The city was a living circuit board of energy and ambition. I felt a sense of vertigo that was not born of height, but of scale. There were millions of people down there, and every one of them had a door that could be opened. Every one of them had a space behind their walls where a man could hide. I realized that I did not have to be a ghost in a single house. I could be the ghost of the entire city. I could be a legend that people whispered about when they heard a floorboard creak in the middle of the night. I felt the hunter roar with a newfound sense of purpose. We would not just survive. We would dominate the silence. I began to map the city in my mind. I looked for the places where the architecture was old and the secrets were deep. I looked for the buildings that had been forgotten by time, and the people who were too busy to notice a shadow that moved against the grain of the light. I returned to the brownstone one last time to gather the few things I had taken. I stood in the library and looked at Arthur as he slept in his chair. A book was open on his lap, and his glasses had slid down to the tip of his nose. He looked so vulnerable and so small. I felt a momentary urge to wake him and tell him that he was not alone. I wanted to tell him that there was a whole world living just a few inches away from his reality. But I knew that the truth would only break him. The knowledge of the man in the walls was a burden that few could carry. I reached out and gently took his glasses from his face and placed them on the table. It was a final gesture of thanks for the shelter he had unknowingly provided. I left the house through the coal chute and I did not look back. I moved toward the center of the city where the buildings were tallest and the shadows were deepest. I found an old hotel that had been closed for renovations. It was a labyrinth of velvet curtains and gilded mirrors and endless hallways. It was a cathedral of the discarded. I found a way into the attic space where the massive water tanks were kept. It was a forest of pipes and valves, and it smelled of rust and cold water. I built a new nest there using the heavy drapes from the ballroom and the cushions from the lobby furniture. I was a king in a palace of dust. I began to hunt with a new intensity. I did not want food or money. I wanted the experience of being a presence. I would enter a room and move a single object while the occupant was looking the other way. I would stand in the corner of a bedroom and watch a couple sleep until the sun began to peek through the curtains. I was a student of the human condition in its most private moments. I saw the tears that were shed in the dark and the smiles that were practiced in front of the mirror. I saw the ways people lied to themselves and the ways they tried to hide their true nature from the world. I was the only one who saw them as they really were. But the city was not as empty as it seemed. The police were still looking for the man from the fire escape. I saw my face on the television screens in the windows of the electronic stores. It was an old photo from a time when I still had a name and a job. I looked like a stranger to myself. The man in the picture had soft eyes and a gentle smile. The man in the shadows had eyes that were hard and sharp like flint. They called me a person of interest. They called me a danger to the public. They did not understand that I was the public. I was the part of them that they tried to ignore. I was the fear that made them lock their doors and the loneliness that made them keep the lights on. I began to see the patterns of the law. I saw the way the patrol cars moved through the streets and the way the officers watched the crowds. They were looking for a man who looked like a man. They were not looking for a shadow. They were not looking for the breathing in the vents. I felt a sense of superiority that was dangerous. I began to take risks that I should have avoided. I would walk across the street in the middle of the day with my hood down. I would stand in the back of a crowded elevator and listen to the people talk about the weather. I wanted to see if anyone would notice the smell of the earth and the copper of the blood that still clung to my clothes. No one ever did. People see what they expect to see. They expect to see other people who are just like them. They do not expect to see a monster in a denim jacket. They do not expect to see the abyss staring back at them from the seat of a bus. I realized that the greatest camouflage in the world was simply being invisible to the expectations of others. I was a ghost because people refused to believe in ghosts. I was a hunter because people refused to believe they were prey. I found a new target. It was a young woman who lived in a penthouse apartment overlooking the park. She was a pianist and she spent her days practicing for a concert that was weeks away. The music she played was beautiful and complex, and it filled the entire building. I would sit in the crawl space above her ceiling and listen to the notes rise through the floorboards. The music felt like a bridge between my world and hers. It was a language of emotion that did not need words. I felt a strange connection to her. She was striving for perfection in the light while I was achieving a different kind of perfection in the dark. I began to leave gifts for her. I would leave a single flower on her piano or a sheet of music that I had found in an old shop. I wanted to see if she would appreciate the beauty of the unknown. I wanted to see if she would be afraid or if she would be curious. She was curious. I watched her look around the room with a puzzled expression when she found the flowers. She did not call the police. She did not lock her windows. She would sit at the piano and play a piece that felt like a question. I would sit in the dark and listen to the answer. But the hunter was not happy with music. The hunter wanted the thrill of the chase. He wanted to break the glass and hear the scream. I felt the conflict within me growing sharper every day. I was a man who wanted to be part of the world, and I was a creature that wanted to destroy it. I was a house divided against itself. I knew that eventually one side would have to win. I knew that I could not live in the walls and the light at the same time. The shadows were calling me back to the cold, and the silence and the music was calling me toward a warmth that I could no longer touch. The end came on a night when the fog was so thick that the streetlights were reduced to pale and ghostly orbs. I was standing on the roof of the penthouse and looking down at the park. I felt a sense of peace that was deeper than any I had known before. I felt as if I were finally standing on the edge of the world. I heard the sound of the piano drifting up from below. It was a slow and melancholy piece that sounded like a goodbye. I felt a tear run down my face, and I realized that I was still capable of feeling. I was still a man, even if I was a man who lived in the walls. I heard a sound behind me. It was the scrape of a boot on the gravel. I turned around and saw a figure standing in the fog. It was a man in a dark coat, and he was holding a gun. He did not look like a police officer. He looked like a hunter. He had been following me for a long time. He had seen the signs that others had missed. He had looked into the shadows, and he had seen me looking back. He did not say a word. He simply raised the gun and pointed it at my chest. I did not feel afraid. I felt a sense of relief. The chase was finally over. The man in the walls was finally going to be brought into the light. I looked at him and I smiled. It was the first time I had smiled in a long time. I felt the hunter pull back, and I felt the man step forward. I was ready to face whatever came next. I was ready to be seen. The shot rang out in the quiet night, and I felt the impact of the bullet. It was a cold and heavy weight that pushed me backward. I felt myself falling through the fog and toward the lights of the city. I saw the stars for a brief moment, and they were beautiful. I saw the face of the woman at the piano, and I saw the face of Arthur in his library. I saw all the people I had watched and all the lives I had touched. I was a ghost, and I was a memory, and I was a man. I hit the ground and the world went black. I did not feel the pain. I only felt the silence. I was no longer in the walls. I was no longer in the shadows. I was nowhere, and I was everywhere. I was the breathing in the night, and I was the heartbeat in the dark. I was the secret that everyone kept and the fear that everyone shared. I was the man who lived in the walls, and I was finally free. The darkness wrapped itself around me like a heavy blanket, and I went back to sleep. This time there were no hunters, and there were no victims. There was only the long and quiet night and the sound of the wind through the empty rooms of the world. The bullet did not claim me as I expected it would. Death is not a door that opens for everyone at the first knock. Instead of the final silence of the grave, I found the heavy and airless silence of the hospital. I woke up with the taste of copper in my throat and the sterile scent of bleach in my nostrils. My hands were bound to the rails of the bed with thick nylon straps, and a plastic tube fed a slow drip of chemicals into my arm. A police officer sat in the corner of the room with a newspaper folded over his knee. He did not look like a hunter. He looked like a man who was bored and tired and waiting for his shift to end. He did not see the creature that still lived behind my eyes. He only saw a broken man with a hole in his chest and a record of madness. They kept me in that white room for many weeks. The doctors came and went with their clipboards and their cold stethoscopes. They talked about me as if I were a specimen in a jar. They used words like trauma and psychosis and dissociation. They wanted to know why I had lived in the crawl spaces. They wanted to know what I had seen in the dark. I did not tell them anything. I had forgotten how to use my tongue to shape the sounds of their world. My voice was a dry rattle in my throat, and my thoughts were still tuned to the frequency of the shadows. I watched the way the fluorescent lights flickered, and I counted the number of steps it took for the nurses to walk from the door to the window. I was still measuring the architecture of my cage. When the wound had closed into a purple knot of scar tissue, They moved me to a facility with iron bars and high stone walls. It was a place for the criminally insane. It was a fortress of regulated misery. The air was thick with the smell of floor wax and unwashed bodies. The sounds were a constant assault on my senses. There was the screaming of the men who could not find their way back to reality, and the clatter of metal trays and the jingle of keys that sounded like small bells of doom. I was no longer a ghost. I was a prisoner. I was a number on a file and a body in a cell. The cell was small and square, and it had no shadows. A single light bulb burned behind a wire mesh cage in the ceiling for 24 hours a day. There were no vents to crawl through and no floorboards to lift. The walls were made of solid concrete that had been painted a dull and nauseating shade of green. I felt the hunter within me begin to wither. He could not breathe in the light. He could not hunt in a space where every movement was recorded by a camera in the corner. I spent my days sitting on the thin mattress and staring at the wall. I tried to remember the music of the pianist and the smell of the library in the brownstone, but the memories were fading. They were like photographs left out in the sun until the images were nothing but white ghosts. The orderlies were large men with cold eyes and heavy hands. They did not like the way I looked at them. They did not like the way I would stand in the center of the cell and remain perfectly still for hours at a time. They called me the lizard. They would poke me with their batons through the bars and laugh when I did not flinch. They did not realize that I was not there. I was searching for a way out. Not a way out of the building, but a way out of the light. I needed the darkness to survive. I needed the hidden places where the world could not see me. One afternoon, a man in a gray suit came to visit me. He sat on the other side of a glass partition and picked up a black telephone receiver. I did the same. He told me his name was Dr. Aris, and he was interested in my case. He said he had studied the maps I had drawn in my mind and the places I had hidden. He said he found my ability to disappear within the infrastructure of the city to be fascinating. He did not look at me with pity or fear. He looked at me with a cold and clinical curiosity that reminded me of the hunter. He asked me what I felt when I was behind the walls. He asked me if I felt powerful or if I felt safe. I looked at him and I felt a spark of the old fire. I told him that I felt nothing. I told him that the walls were not a choice but a necessity. I told him that the world of the light was a lie and that the only truth was the silence between the heartbeats. He nodded and wrote something down in a small notebook. He told me that there were others like me. He told me that there was a program for people who had a gift for the shadows. He spoke of a place where my skills could be put to use. He spoke of a world that existed beneath the surface of politics and law, a world of whispers and ghosts. I did not trust him. I knew that a man in a suit was just another kind of predator, but I also knew that I could not stay in the green cell forever. The light was killing me. My skin was turning the color of ash and my eyes were growing dim. I needed to move. I needed to hunt. I told him that I would listen to what he had to say. He smiled, and it was a thin and sharp expression that did not reach his eyes. He told me that he would return in 3 days. He told me to think about the difference between being a prisoner and being a tool. The next 3 days were a blur of anticipation and dread. I began to exercise in my cell. I did push-ups until my arms trembled and I stretched my limbs until I felt the pull of the old scar in my side. I was preparing my body for the return of the hunter. I watched the guards with a new intensity. I looked for the gaps in their routine and the weaknesses in their armor. I found that the man who held the keys to the block always paused for 5 seconds to check his watch before he opened the main gate. I found that the camera in the corner of my cell had a blind spot near the floor next to the toilet. I was mapping the cage. When Dr. Aris returned, he was accompanied by 2 men who did not look like doctors. They were tall and lean, and they moved with a predatory grace that I recognized instantly. They were like me. They were men who had been forged in the dark. Aris told me that I was being transferred to a private facility for further evaluation. He handed a stack of papers to the warden, and within an hour I was being led out of the prison in handcuffs and leg irons. I was placed in the back of a black van with no windows. The air inside was cool and smelled of expensive leather and electronics. We drove for a long time. I could feel the turns of the road and the change in the vibration of the tires as we left the city streets and entered the highway. I closed my eyes and tried to visualize the map of the world outside. I felt the hunter stirring in the back of my mind. He was waking up. He sensed the movement and the possibility of a new wilderness. He did not care about the handcuffs or the van. He only cared about the fact that we were no longer standing still. The van eventually stopped and the doors were opened. I was led into a building that looked like a warehouse on the outside, but was a high-technology laboratory on the inside. There were no green walls or flickering lights here. Everything was made of brushed steel and white glass. There were screens everywhere displaying blueprints and thermal images and lines of code. Aris led me to a room that was filled with architectural models of famous buildings. There were models of banks and government offices and private estates. He pointed to a model of a large mansion in the countryside. He told me that a man lived in this house who had something that his employers wanted. He told me that the house was protected by the best security systems in the world. There were pressure sensors in the floors and laser grids in the hallways and guards who patrolled the grounds with dogs. He said that no one had been able to get inside without being detected. He looked at me and asked if I could find a way. He asked if I could become the ghost in that particular machine. I looked at the model and I saw the lines of the roof and the placement of the chimneys. I saw the crawl spaces beneath the porches and the hollow columns that supported the grand entrance. I saw 100 different ways to enter and 1,000 different ways to hide. I felt a rush of adrenaline that made my hands shake. This was the hunt I had been waiting for. This was the challenge that would prove I was more than a broken man in a cell. I told him that I could do it. I told him that I would bring him whatever he wanted. Aris nodded and signaled to the two men. They stepped forward and removed my handcuffs. For the first time in months, I was free to move my hands. I rubbed my wrists and looked at the men. They did not move. They were waiting for me to make a mistake. They were waiting to see if the hunter was as dangerous as the reports suggested. I did not give them the satisfaction. I turned back to the model and began to study the details. I was no longer a prisoner. I was an operative. I was a weapon that was being unsheathed for the first time. They spent the next week training me. They gave me tools that were far more sophisticated than the scraps I had used in the brownstone. They gave me thermal goggles that could see through walls and contact microphones that could hear a heartbeat from 50 feet away. They gave me a suit made of a fabric that absorbed light and heat. They taught me how to bypass digital locks and how to disable alarm systems without triggering a silent alert. I was a quick study. I learned the language of technology as easily as I had learned the language of the walls. But they could not teach me the one thing that made me different. They could not teach me how to be comfortable in the silence. They could not teach me how to wait for hours in a space that was only 10 inches wide. They were amazed by my patience and my ability to slow my heart rate until I was nearly invisible to their sensors. I was a freak of nature that they were trying to harness. I knew that they did not see me as a human being. I was a tool to be used and discarded when the job was done. I did not mind. I was using them too. I was using their resources to get back to the only place where I felt alive. The night of the mission was cold and clear. They dropped me off 2 miles from the estate, and I moved through the woods like a shadow. I did not use the gadgets they had given me until I reached the perimeter fence. I used my own eyes and my own ears. I listened to the wind in the trees and the distant barking of the dogs. I felt the earth beneath my feet, and I knew exactly where to step to avoid the dry leaves. I reached the fence and found the spot where the power lines entered the ground. I used a small device to loop the security camera feed, and I climbed over the wire without making a sound. The mansion was a fortress of stone and glass. It loomed out of the darkness like a mountain. I moved across the lawn during the intervals between the sweeps of the searchlights. I reached the base of the house and pressed my back against the cold stone. I felt the vibration of the machinery inside. I felt the pulse of the building. I found a small ventilation grate near the foundation, and I used a specialized tool to pop the screws. I slid inside and replaced the grate behind me. I was back in the walls. The interior of the mansion was a labyrinth of pipes and wires and steel beams. It was a playground for the hunter. I moved through the service ducts with a speed and confidence that I had not felt since the city. I bypassed the pressure sensors by staying on the support joists, and I avoided the laser grids by moving through the ceiling voids. I reached the study on the third floor where the target was located. I sat in the darkness above the desk and watched the man below. He was an old man with white hair and a face that was etched with the lines of a long and ruthless life. He was reading a leather-bound book and drinking a glass of dark liquid. He looked like Arthur, but there was a coldness in him that Arthur did not possess. This man was a king of the light. He was a man who owned the world and everyone in it. He did not know that a ghost was watching him from the shadows. He did not know that his reality was about to be shattered. I waited until he finished his drink and went to bed. I waited until the house was silent and the guards were at the far end of their patrol. I lowered myself from the ceiling on a thin nylon cord. I moved toward the safe that was hidden behind a painting of a stormy sea. I used the electronic bypass tool to crack the code, and the heavy door swung open with a soft hiss. Inside was a small black box that contained the secrets Eris wanted. I took the box and closed the safe. I was about to return to the ceiling when I heard a sound. It was the sound of a gun being cocked. I froze. I did not turn around. I knew that someone was standing in the doorway. I knew that the hunter had been hunted. I felt a sense of irony that was almost painful. I had spent so much time trying to be invisible that I had forgotten that even a ghost leaves a trail. I felt the cold barrel of the gun press against the back of my head. I heard a voice whisper in the dark. It was not the voice of a guard. It was a voice I recognized. It was the voice of Dr. Eris. He told me that I had done a wonderful job. He told me that I was the most successful experiment he had ever conducted. He told me that it was a shame that he could not let me keep the box. He said that the world was not ready for a man who could walk through walls. He said that the only way to keep a secret was to bury it. I realized then that the mission was not a test of my skills. It was an execution. They had sent me here to do their dirty work, and then they were going to leave my body in the house of their enemy. It was a perfect plan. But they did not know the hunter. They did not know that the man in the walls was not afraid of the dark. I felt the adrenaline surge through my veins, and I moved faster than the human eye could follow. I dropped to the floor and swept my leg in a wide arc. I felt the impact as I struck his shins, and I heard the sound of the gun firing into the ceiling. I did not wait for him to recover. I lunged forward and drove my shoulder into his chest. We crashed through the doors of the study and onto the balcony that overlooked the grand foyer. We struggled in the dim light of the emergency lamps. Eris was stronger than he looked, and he fought with a desperate ferocity. He tried to reach for the gun, but I caught his wrist and twisted it until I heard the bone snap. He screamed, and the sound echoed through the silent house. I heard the shouting of the guards and the barking of the dogs. The house was waking up. The game was over. I looked at Eris, and I saw the fear in his eyes. He realized that he was no longer the predator. He was the prey. I did not kill him. I did not want his blood on my hands. I wanted him to experience the darkness that he had tried to weaponize. I pushed him over the railing and watched him fall toward the marble floor below. I did not stay to see him land. I turned and ran toward the service stairs. I moved through the house with the desperation of a trapped animal. I could hear the guards closing in from all sides. I could hear the sirens in the distance. The world was coming for me. I found a way into the attic, and I climbed out onto the roof. The cold air hit me like a physical blow. I looked out over the woods, and I saw the lights of the perimeter fence. I knew that I could not go back the way I came. I had to find a new path. I looked at the black box in my hand, and I realized that it was the only thing that could save me. It was the leverage I needed to stay alive. I tucked the box into my suit, and I ran toward the edge of the roof. I jumped into the darkness, and for a moment I was flying. I was a ghost, and I was a bird, and I was a man. I hit the branches of a large oak tree and I felt the sting of the wood against my skin. I tumbled through the leaves and hit the ground with a thud that knocked the wind out of my lungs. I did not stop. I crawled into the thick underbrush and I began to move. I did not look back at the mansion or the lights or the fire. I moved toward the deep woods where the shadows were old and the secrets were safe. I spent the next 3 days moving through the wilderness. I ate berries and drank from the streams. I slept in the hollows of trees and the caves beneath the rocks. I was no longer an operative or a prisoner. I was a fugitive once again, but I was a fugitive with a purpose. I had the box and I had my freedom. I knew that Eris would be looking for me. I knew that the world would not let me go easily, but I also knew that they could not find a man who did not want to be found. I eventually reached a small town on the edge of the mountains. I found an abandoned cabin that had been forgotten by the world. It was a place of dust and cobwebs and silence. It was perfect. I sat in the center of the room and I opened the black box. Inside was a single flash drive and a stack of documents. I began to read. I saw the names of politicians and businessmen and criminals. I saw the plans for a world that was built on secrets and lies. I realized that the man in the walls was the only one who knew the truth. I felt a sense of peace that was deeper than any I had known before. I was no longer a ghost in someone else's machine. I was the master of my own destiny. I would stay in the shadows and I would watch. I would be the guardian of the secrets and the witness to the lies. I would be the one who whispers in the night and the one who moves the objects when no one is looking. I would be the man in the walls and I would be free. The story of the man I used to be was gone, and the story of the thing I had become was just beginning. I closed my eyes and let the darkness take me, and for the first time in my life I was truly home. The cabin was cold and smelled of rotted pine and the dry dust of decades. I sat on the floor and spread the documents out in a circle around me. The light from a single candle flickered against the wood and cast long dancing shadows that looked like fingers reaching out from the corners. I read every page until the words burned into my memory. The information was a map of a different kind. It did not show the physical vents or the hidden crawl spaces of a building, but the invisible tunnels of power that connected the high offices of the city to the darkest corners of the underworld. I saw names I recognized and names that were spoken only in whispers. I saw the price of lives and the cost of silence. I realized that the black box was a heart. It was the heart of a machine that kept the world running in a specific direction. By taking it, I had stopped the clock. I knew that the silence in the woods was temporary. Eris would not stop looking for me because his own life now depended on the recovery of these papers. He had failed his employers, and a man like that is more dangerous than a wild animal because he is fighting for his survival. I needed to move again, but I could not just run. I had to become the predator that they feared. I had to use the infrastructure they had built against them. I spent the next 2 days preparing the cabin. I did not intend to stay, but I wanted to leave a trail that would lead them exactly where I wanted them to go. I used the knowledge I had gained in the laboratory to set traps. I stripped the wires from an old radio and rigged them to the door frame. I moved heavy furniture to create narrow funnels that would force an intruder into specific paths. I felt a strange sense of satisfaction as I worked. I was no longer hiding for the sake of safety. I was building a stage for a final confrontation. The third night brought the sound of engines. They did not use sirens and they did not use loud voices. They moved through the trees with the same predatory grace they had tried to teach me. I watched them from a small hole I had carved in the floorboards. I was in the crawl space beneath the cabin. It was a tight and damp place that smelled of earth and old insects. It was my natural element. I could hear the crunch of boots on the dry leaves outside. I counted 4 men. Eris was among them. I could hear his labored breathing and the slight hitch in his step from the fall at the mansion. He was angry and he was desperate. They entered the cabin with their guns drawn. I watched through the gaps in the wood as they moved through the rooms. They saw the documents spread out on the floor, and they saw the candle burning in the center of the room. Aris stepped forward and reached for the papers. He did not see the thin wire at his feet. When he moved, the furniture shifted, and a heavy beam from the ceiling swung down with the force of a battering ram. It did not hit him, but it smashed into the wall beside him and sent a cloud of dust and splinters into the air. The men panicked and began to fire their weapons into the shadows. They were fighting a ghost, and they were losing their minds. I moved through the dirt beneath them like a snake. I knew every inch of the foundation. I reached the spot where the main support beam met the ground, and I pulled a lever I had fashioned from a rusted pipe. The floor above me groaned and tilted. One of the men lost his balance and fell into the kitchen area where I had placed a collection of glass jars filled with gasoline and old rags. The impact broke the jars, and the candle on the floor did the rest. A wall of orange flame erupted in the center of the cabin. The screams were short and sharp. The men scrambled for the exit, but I had jammed the door from the outside using a heavy log before I climbed under the house. They were trapped in the light. They were trapped in the very fire they had used to hunt me. I watched the flames lick at the floorboards above me, and I felt the heat begin to bake the earth. It was time to leave. I pushed my way out of the crawl space through a narrow tunnel I had dug leading away from the cabin and into the thickest part of the brush. I stood in the darkness of the trees and watched the cabin burn. It was a beautiful and terrible sight. The fire lit up the night sky and turned the trees into skeletal fingers. I saw one figure emerge from a window and roll into the dirt. It was Aris. His clothes were singed and his face was blackened by soot, but he was alive. He looked around wildly and called my name. He screamed that I could not escape. He screamed that they would find me no matter where I went. I did not answer. I did not need to. I turned my back on the fire and walked into the mountains. The trek was long and the air grew thin as I climbed higher. My body was exhausted and my old scars throbbed with a dull ache, but my mind was clear. I reached a high ridge where the trees gave way to bare rock, and I looked back at the valley below. The fire was a tiny orange dot in a vast sea of black. I felt a sense of finality. The version of me that lived in the green cell was dead. The version of me that served as a tool for the gray suit was dead. I was something new. I was a secret that had learned how to speak. I found a small cave near the summit and I sat down to rest. I took the flash drive from my pocket and looked at it. It was a small piece of plastic and metal, but it held enough power to topple empires. I realized that I did not want to use it for revenge. Revenge is a fire that consumes the person who starts it. I wanted to use it for balance. I would keep the drive as a shield. As long as I had the information, I was the one who controlled the light. I was the one who decided which secrets remained in the dark and which were brought into the sun. The sun began to rise over the horizon and the world turned a pale shade of blue. I watched the light crawl across the rocks and I did not flinch. I did not feel the need to hide. I had found the silence between the heartbeats and I had made it my home. I understood now that the walls were not a prison and the darkness was not a curse. They were a perspective. They were a way of seeing the world as it truly is without the distractions of the surface. I began to walk again. I was moving toward the west where the mountains met the sea. I knew that there were cities there and more walls and more secrets. I knew that the hunt would never truly end. But I was not afraid. I was the lizard and I was the hunter and I was the ghost. I was the man who had disappeared and found himself in the process. The world would go on with its politics and its laws and its lies, but I would be there in the gaps. I would be the shadow in the corner of the room and the whisper in the back of the mind. I was free. I descended the other side of the mountain as the day grew warm. The terrain changed from harsh stone to soft moss and ancient ferns. I found a stream that ran clear and cold, and I washed the soot from my face and hands. The water felt like a blessing. I saw my reflection in a still pool, and I did not recognize the man staring back. My eyes were sharp and my skin was weathered, and there was a stillness in my expression that looked like peace. I looked like a part of the landscape. I looked like I belonged to the earth. I followed the stream until it joined a larger river, and then I followed the river until I saw the first signs of civilization. It was a small logging camp at the edge of a wide valley. I watched the men work from the safety of the trees. They were simple men doing hard work, and they did not look for ghosts. I waited until nightfall and I moved into the camp. I did not steal much, just a change of clothes and some dried meat and a sturdy pair of boots. I left a small gold coin I had taken from the mansion on the table as payment. I did not want to owe the world anything. I moved through the valley and toward the coast. I felt a pull toward the ocean. The vastness of the water felt like the ultimate hiding place, a place where the light could reach the surface, but the depths remained forever in the dark. I wanted to see the horizon where the sky and the sea became one. I wanted to stand at the edge of the world and know that there was nowhere left to run. When I finally reached the shore, the air was salt, and the sound of the waves was a constant rhythmic thrum. I found a small fishing village tucked into a rocky cove. The people there were quiet and kept to themselves. They did not ask questions of strangers who arrived with nothing but the clothes on their backs. I found work on the docks, and I rented a small shack on the edge of a cliff. It was a simple life, and it was quiet. During the day, I hauled nets and repaired boats, and at night I sat on the porch and watched the stars. I knew that Aris was still out there. I knew that the men in suits would never stop looking for the black box, but I also knew that they were looking for a man who did not exist anymore. They were looking for a prisoner or a weapon. They were not looking for a fisherman who lived on the edge of the sea. I had buried the flash drive and the documents in a metal box deep beneath the floor of my shack. They were safe, and they were silent. One evening, as the sun was setting, I saw a black car drive into the village. It stopped near the docks and a man got out. He was wearing a gray suit and he looked out over the water with a cold and clinical curiosity. My heart did not race and my hands did not shake. I stood on my porch and I watched him. He looked toward the cliff and our eyes met for a brief second. He did not recognize me. To him, I was just another shadow in a world of light. He got back into his car and drove away. I smiled, and it was a thin and sharp expression that reached my eyes. I went inside and closed the door. I did not lock it. I did not need to. I sat in the darkness and I listened to the sound of the waves. I was the man in the walls and I was the ghost in the machine, and I was the master of the silence. I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The story of the lizard was over and the story of the sea had begun. I closed my eyes and let the darkness take me, and I was home. The gray car was a ghost from a life I had buried under layers of salt and scales, but its presence was a reminder that the world of men never truly forgets a debt. I stood in the doorway of my shack and watched the dust settle on the coastal road. The man in the suit had looked through me as if I were a piece of the landscape, and that was my greatest victory. I was no longer a person of interest. I was a part of the background noise of the universe. Yet I knew that the peace of the village was a fragile thing. If they were looking here, it meant they had narrowed the search to the coast. They were tracing the ripples I had left behind in my flight from the mountains. I went inside and felt the floorboards beneath my feet. The metal box was still there, hidden beneath the wood and the dirt. It contained the truth of their crimes and the blueprints of their greed. It was a heavy burden for a man who wanted only to be light. I realized that as long as I held the secrets, I was still tethered to the machine. I was a satellite orbiting their world, even if I refused to land. I sat in the darkness and listened to the wind howl through the gaps in the walls. The house breathed with me. It was a living thing of cedar and rot, and it knew my secrets better than any human ever could. I decided that night that the village was no longer safe for the people who lived there. If Aris or his masters found me, they would burn this place just as I had burned the cabin. I could not allow the innocent to pay for the sins of the laboratory. I began to pack a small bag. I took only the essentials: a knife with a bone handle that I had found on the beach, a coil of rope, a waterproof matches. I reached into the hole in the floor and pulled out the metal box. It felt cold and alien in my hands. It was the heart of the monster, and I was its keeper. I left the shack before the sun rose over the water. I did not say goodbye to the fishermen or the woman who sold bread at the market. To them, I was just a man who had come with the tide and was now going out with it. I walked along the cliffs where the spray of the ocean hit my face. The path was narrow and dangerous, but I moved with the confidence of someone who had learned to walk through walls. My body felt strong and my senses were sharp. The experiment had changed me in ways that went beyond the ability to vanish. I could feel the vibrations of the earth and the shifts in the air pressure. I knew a storm was coming long before the clouds appeared on the horizon. I traveled south toward the jagged rocks of the Cape. There was a lighthouse there that had been abandoned for 50 years. It was a tower of white stone that stood like a sentinel against the sea. It was a place of isolation and heights. It was the perfect place to wait. I reached the base of the tower by midday. The door was rusted shut, but I did not need a key. I found a loose stone near the foundation and worked my weapon into the gap. I moved the weight with a lever and slipped inside the cool, dark interior. The air inside the lighthouse was thick with the smell of old oil and bird droppings. I climbed the spiral staircase and felt the ache in my legs. Each step was a step away from the world of men. When I reached the lantern room at the top, I looked out at the vast blue expanse. The horizon was a straight line that promised nothing and everything. I set the metal box on the floor and opened it. The flash drive caught the light and sparkled like a diamond. I looked at the documents and saw the signatures of men who thought they were gods. They were not gods. They were just frightened children playing with shadows. I spent the next 2 days watching the road from the top of the tower. I saw the gray car pass by twice. They were searching the coves and the inlets. They were systematic and patient. I knew they would eventually find the lighthouse. It was the only landmark for miles that offered a view of the entire coast. I did not hide. I wanted them to see me. I wanted to draw them away from the village and into a space where I held the advantage. I was the master of the vertical world. I knew how to use gravity and shadow as my allies. On the third night, the storm arrived. The sky turned the color of a bruise and the wind began to scream. The waves crashed against the base of the tower with the sound of cannon fire. I felt the stone vibrate beneath my feet. It was a symphony of chaos, and I was the conductor. I saw the lights of 3 vehicles approaching from the north. They moved slowly through the rain, and their headlights cut through the dark like yellow eyes. They stopped at the base of the cliff, and I saw men emerge. They were wearing tactical gear and carrying rifles. They were not here to talk. I watched them enter the tower. I could hear their boots on the stone stairs. They were moving in a tight formation and checking every shadow. I did not wait for them to reach the top. I slipped out of the lantern room and onto the exterior gallery. The wind nearly blew me off the ledge, but I pressed my body against the stone and moved with the grace of a lizard. I found a heavy iron chain that had once been used to hoist supplies. I looped it over the railing and began to descend the outside of the tower. The rain blinded me and the wind whipped my clothes, but I did not lose my grip. I was a ghost in the storm. I reached a window halfway down the tower and kicked the glass inward. I swung into the middle level just as the first group of men reached the top. I heard their shouts of confusion as they found the lantern room empty. They saw the metal box sitting in the center of the floor and they rushed toward it. They did not see the thin wire I had stretched across the doorway. The explosion was small but effective. I had used the remaining gasoline from my pack and the old oil lamps I had found in the cellar. The top of the tower erupted in a blossom of orange flame that was visible for miles. I did not stay to watch the result. I dropped to the next floor and moved toward the exit. I encountered one man in the stairwell. He was young and his eyes were wide with terror. He raised his rifle, but I was faster. I struck him in the throat with the edge of my hand and felt the wind leave his body. I did not kill him. I simply took his weapon and pushed him aside. I reached the base of the tower and stepped out into the rain. The 2 remaining cars were parked near the cliff edge. I moved toward them with the silence of a predator. I slashed the tires and smashed the communication arrays. I wanted them stranded. I wanted them to feel the isolation that I had lived with for so long. I saw a figure standing by the lead car. It was Aris. He was leaning against the hood and holding a handgun. He looked older, and his face was a mask of scars and bitterness. He did not fire when he saw me. He simply watched me approach. We stood in the rain and the mud for a long time without speaking. The only sound was the roar of the ocean and the crackle of the fire above us. He looked at the tower and then he looked at me. He asked me why I did not just disappear. He asked me why I had to keep the box. I told him that the box was not for me. It was for them. It was the mirror that showed them what they truly were. I told him that I was not a man anymore. I was the consequence of their actions. Eris laughed, and it was a hollow sound. He said that there was no such thing as consequences for men like his masters. He said that they would simply build a new machine and find a new lizard. He raised his gun and pointed it at my chest. I did not move. I did not feel fear. I felt a strange sense of pity for him. He was still a prisoner of the system that had broken us both. He was still fighting for a world that did not care if he lived or died. I told him that the box was empty. I told him that I had destroyed the drive and burned the papers hours ago. The look on his face was worth more than any amount of gold. He did not believe me at first. He ran toward the tower, but the heat was too intense. He stood at the base of the burning stone and screamed into the wind. He realized that his leverage was gone. His life was forfeit because he had failed to recover the one thing that kept him valuable. I watched him for a moment and then I turned away. I walked toward the cliff edge where the waves were highest. I did not jump. I found a hidden path that led down to a small sea cave I had scouted earlier. I crawled inside and watched the tide come in. The water rose until it reached my waist, but I did not move. I breathed in the salt and the cold, and I felt the last of the laboratory wash away. I was clean. I was empty. I was free. I stayed in the cave until the storm passed and the sun began to rise. When I emerged, the world was quiet. The cars were gone, and the lighthouse was a blackened shell. I began to walk south. I did not have a destination, and I did not have a plan. I had only the horizon and the steady beat of my own heart. I knew that the story of the man in the walls was over. I was no longer defined by the spaces I occupied or the secrets I kept. I was a man who walked in the sun and did not cast a shadow that anyone could recognize. I was a ghost who had found his way back to the living. The journey took me through forests and plains and cities. I worked when I needed to, and I rested when I was tired. I saw the beauty of the world and I saw its cruelty, but I remained an observer. I did not interfere and I did not judge. I was a witness to the passage of time. I learned that the greatest secret of all is that the world does not need to be saved. It only needs to be seen for what it is. It is a place of light and shadow, and most people are too busy running to notice the patterns. I eventually found myself in a desert where the sky was so large it felt like it could swallow the earth. I built a small house of adobe and stone. It was a simple structure with thick walls that kept out the heat of the day and the cold of the night. I planted a garden and I dug a well. I spent my days tending to the earth and my nights watching the stars. I was no longer a lizard or a ghost or a weapon. I was a man. One afternoon, a traveler stopped at my gate. He was a young man with a backpack and a dusty face. He asked for a drink of water and I gave it to him. He looked at my house and he looked at the vast emptiness around us. He asked me if I ever got lonely out here by myself. I looked at the mountains and the sky and the way the light played across the sand. I told him that I was never alone. I told him that the world was full of voices if you knew how to listen. He stayed for an hour and then he continued on his way. I watched him until he was a tiny speck on the horizon. I felt a sense of completion. My life had been a series of rooms and walls and cages, but I had finally found the door that led outside. I went into my house and sat in the center of the room. The air was still and the light was golden. I closed my eyes and listened to the sound of my own breathing. I was home. I was whole. I was free. The man in the walls was gone, and in his place was a man who knew the value of the open air. I let the silence take me, and for the first time in my life I was not hiding. I was just being. The desert was a place of absolute honesty. It did not offer the hiding places of the forest or the deceptive shifting of the sea. In the desert, the sun stripped away everything that was not essential. I lived in that house of sun-dried earth for many months, and I believed the cycle of my life had reached its final revolution. I thought the silence of the sand was the ultimate answer to the noise of the laboratory. But the world is a persistent thing, and it does not allow its ghosts to rest for long. Even in the middle of a wasteland, the past has a way of finding a path to your door. It began with a low hum in the air that was not the wind. It was a mechanical vibration that resonated in my teeth before I could hear it with my ears. I stood in my garden and looked toward the north. A thin trail of dust rose from the flat horizon. It was a single vehicle moving at a high rate of speed. I did not run. I did not reach for the knife tucked into the back of my belt. I simply waited. I had spent so much of my life being the hunter or the hunted that I had forgotten how to simply be a witness. I watched the dust grow closer until the shape of a black off-road vehicle became clear. It did not belong in this landscape. It was a shiny intrusion of metal and glass. The vehicle stopped 50 yards from my gate. The engine died and the silence of the desert rushed back in to fill the void. The door opened and a woman stepped out. She was not wearing a suit. She was wearing heavy canvas trousers and a simple shirt. Her hair was pulled back and her face was tanned from the sun. She did not look like an assassin or a corporate agent. She looked like a ghost of a different kind. She stood by the car and looked at the house I had built with my own hands. She looked at the green vines of my garden and the deep well I had dug into the rock. She walked toward me slowly with her hands visible and empty. When she reached the gate, she stopped. She looked at me with eyes that were tired and intelligent. She said my name. It was not the name on my birth certificate, and it was not the name the laboratory had given me. It was the name I had used in the fishing village. She told me that she had been looking for me for a long time. I asked her who sent her. She shook her head and said that no one had sent her. She said she was a journalist who had been following the trail of the black box for 3 years. She said she had found the charred remains of the lighthouse and the stories of a man who could walk through walls. She said she did not want the box. She wanted the story. I invited her inside because the sun was becoming cruel. I gave her water from the well and she drank it as if it were wine. She sat at my wooden table and looked at the simplicity of my life. She asked me if I was happy. I told her that happiness was a word for people who had a future and a past. I told her that I only had the present. I told her that the man she was looking for was dead. I told her that the lizard had burned in the tower and the ghost had drowned in the sea. She smiled, and it was a sad expression. She said that as long as the men who created me were still in power, the story was not over. She said they were starting again in a different location. She said they had found a way to stabilize the process without the side effects. I felt a coldness in my chest that had nothing to do with the desert heat. I had thought that by destroying the box and the drive I had ended the nightmare. I had thought that the fire in the lighthouse was a funeral pyre for the project, but I had been naive. Men like Eris and his masters do not stop because of a single failure. They simply pivot. They refine. They find new victims who do not know how to fight back. The woman told me that they were using children now. They were looking for subjects whose minds were still plastic and whose spirits were not yet formed. They wanted to create a generation of shadows who would never know what it felt like to be human. She reached into her bag and pulled out a stack of photographs. They were grainy and dark, taken through fences and from great distances. They showed a facility in the mountains of a different country. They showed figures in white coats and children in gray jumpsuits. I looked at the images and I saw my own reflection in their eyes. I saw the same hollow stare and the same rigid posture. I felt the phantom itch of the scales on my skin. I felt the walls of the laboratory closing in around me, even though I was standing in the middle of a desert. The woman said she had the evidence, but she did not have the witness. She said she needed someone who could tell the world what it felt like to be turned into a thing. I looked out the window at the mountains. The sun was starting to set and the shadows were stretching across the sand. I realized that my peace was a lie. I had built a house on a foundation of secrets, and I had hoped that the world would forget me if I stayed quiet enough. But the silence was not a shield. It was a vacuum. I had left the work unfinished. I had saved myself, but I had left the door open for others to be destroyed. I looked at the woman and I saw the hope in her eyes. It was a dangerous thing to hope. It was the thing that led to disappointment and pain, but it was also the only thing that separated us from the machines. I told her that I would not go with her. I told her that I could not be a witness in a court of law because I did not legally exist. I told her that my testimony would be dismissed as the ramblings of a madman. She started to protest, but I held up my hand. I told her that there was another way to end the story. I told her that the only way to stop a monster is to take away its heart. I asked her for the location of the new facility. She hesitated and then she wrote coordinates on a piece of paper. She asked me what I was going to do. I told her that I was going to do what I was designed to do. I was going to be the shadow in the room. She left the next morning before the heat became unbearable. I watched her car disappear into the dust, and I felt a strange sense of relief. The decision had been made. The stillness of the desert was over and the movement of the ghost had begun. I went into my house and I began to dismantle the life I had built. I filled the well with stones so that no one else could use it. I burned my garden and I tore down the fences. I did not want to leave anything behind that could be used to track me. I wanted to return to the state of being nothing. I found the knife with the bone handle and I sharpened it until the edge was invisible. I took the small amount of gold that remained from the mansion and I tucked it into a hidden pocket in my coat. I looked at the four walls of the room and I realized that I would never sleep under a roof again. I was going back into the gaps. I was going back into the vents and the crawl spaces and the dark corners where the light does not reach. I was going to find the children and I was going to show them the way out. I was going to be the error in the equation that they could not solve. I walked away from the house at noon. I did not look back. The heat shimmered on the horizon and the world felt vast and indifferent. I moved with a steady pace and my breathing was rhythmic and deep. I felt the changes in my body accelerating. The skin on my hands was becoming tougher and my vision was becoming sharper. The experiment was not a static thing. It was a process that was still unfolding inside me. I was becoming less of a man and more of a force of nature. I was the storm that was coming for the mountain. I traveled for weeks across the borders of countries that did not know I was there. I moved through cities like a virus, undetected and unstoppable. I slept in the rafters of warehouses and the basements of abandoned buildings. I ate what I could find and I drank from the rain. I was a part of the urban landscape, a smudge on the lens of the security cameras. I saw the world of men from the outside, and it looked like a frantic dance of insects. They were so busy building their towers and their laws that they forgot to look at the shadows. They forgot that the most dangerous things are the ones you cannot see. I finally reached the mountains where the facility was hidden. It was a fortress of concrete and steel carved into the side of a peak. It was surrounded by electric fences and motion sensors and guards with thermal imaging. It was a place designed to keep the world out and the secrets in. I sat on a ridge a mile away and watched the patterns of the guards. I saw the way the lights flickered at night and the way the trucks arrived with supplies every 3 days. I felt the vibration of the generators deep in the earth. It was a familiar rhythm. It was the heartbeat of the beast. I did not feel anger. Anger is a human emotion that clouds the judgment. I felt only a cold and clinical purpose. I was a tool that had been broken and then reforged in the fire of the desert. I was the master of the silence, and I was going home to the only place I truly understood. I waited for a night when the moon was hidden by clouds and the wind was howling through the pines. I moved down the slope with the fluidity of water. I did not trigger the sensors and I did not alert the dogs. I was the wind and the shadow and the ghost. I reached the outer fence and I did not use wire cutters. I simply climbed. I moved with a speed that would have been impossible for a normal man. My fingers found the smallest grips in the metal and my feet were silent on the wire. I dropped onto the other side and I was inside the perimeter. I saw the guards walking their rounds and I moved between their heartbeats. I was a blur in the corner of their vision, a trick of the light that they dismissed as tiredness. I reached the main ventilation shaft, and I removed the grate with a steady and silent pressure. I descended into the darkness. The air was cool and smelled of ozone and bleach. I moved through the ducts with a familiarity that was haunting. I knew the layout of these places before I even saw them. They were all built on the same logic of control and containment. I found the central hub where the computer systems were housed. I saw the servers humming in their racks and the monitors displaying the status of the subjects. I saw the names and the numbers and the data points. I saw the lives being converted into code. I did not destroy the computers. I knew that data could be backed up and servers could be replaced. I wanted something more permanent. I moved toward the living quarters where the children were kept. I found a row of small rooms with heavy steel doors. I looked through the observation windows and I saw them. They were sitting on their beds or staring at the walls. They were not crying and they were not screaming. They were already silent. They had already been taught that their voices did not matter. I felt a surge of something that felt like a memory of pain. I began to open the doors. I did not use a key and I did not hack the system. I used the strength in my hands to force the electronic locks. The sound of grinding metal was loud in the quiet corridor, but I did not care. I wanted the guards to come. I wanted them to see what was happening. I moved from door to door and I told the children to run. I told them to follow the lights and not to look back. At first they were afraid. They did not understand what was happening. But then one of them, a small girl with wide eyes, looked at me and she saw the truth. She saw that I was like her, and yet I was free. She took my hand and her skin was cold. She asked me who I was. I told her that I was the man in the walls. I told her that the walls were falling down. She started to run and the others followed. The alarms began to scream and the red lights began to flash. I heard the sound of boots on the concrete and the shouting of men. I stood in the middle of the corridor and I waited. I was the barrier between the children and the machine. I was the shadow that would not move. The first group of guards arrived with their weapons raised. They saw me standing there and they hesitated. I did not look like a man to them. I looked like a nightmare that had stepped out of the vents. I moved before they could fire. I was a whirlwind of motion and precision. I did not use the knife. I used my hands and my feet and the environment itself. I used the pipes and the wires and the shadows. I was everywhere and nowhere at once. They fired their weapons, but they were shooting at ghosts. They were hitting the walls and the ceiling and each other. I moved through the facility like a scythe through wheat. I was not killing. I was neutralizing. I was breaking the tools of their oppression. I found the laboratory where the procedures were performed and I destroyed the equipment. I smashed the vats and the monitors and the surgical tools. I let the chemicals spill onto the floor and I watched the smoke rise. I was erasing the work of a decade in a matter of minutes. I felt a sense of lightness that I had never known. I was not just escaping anymore. I was dismantling. I reached the final level where the director's offices were located. I saw the men in suits hiding behind their mahogany desks. They were holding their breath and hoping the storm would pass them by. I walked through the glass doors and I saw the terror in their eyes. They knew who I was. They had read the reports of the lizard and the ghost. They had thought I was a legend or a myth, but here I was standing in their sanctuary. I did not say a word. I simply looked at them. I wanted them to see the consequence of their ambition. I wanted them to see the monster they had created. I took the files from the desk and I threw them into the air. I watched the papers flutter like white birds in a cage. I walked to the window and I saw the children escaping into the night. They were running toward the trees and the stars and the world that was waiting for them. They were no longer subjects or numbers. They were children. I felt a warmth in my chest that was stronger than the desert sun. I had finished the work. I had closed the circle. I turned back to the men in the suits and I told them that the experiment was over. I told them that the walls were gone and the shadows were empty. I told them that they could build their machines and they could write their laws, but they could never control the spirit of a person who wanted to be free. I walked out of the office and I headed toward the exit. I did not run. I did not hide. I walked through the front door and into the cool mountain air. I stood on the edge of the cliff and I looked down at the facility. It was a burning wreck of concrete and steel. The fires were lighting up the night sky and the smoke was rising like a prayer. I felt the weight of the world lift from my shoulders. I was no longer the man in the walls and I was no longer the ghost in the machine. I was just a man standing on a mountain. I looked at my hands and I saw that the scales were gone. My skin was smooth and warm. The experiment had finally ended because I had refused to be its subject any longer. I began to walk down the mountain. I did not know where I was going and I did not care. The horizon was waiting for me and the sun was about to rise. I was a part of the landscape and I belonged to the earth. I was free. The story of the lizard was over and the story of the man had begun. I closed my eyes and I breathed in the scent of the pines and the rain. I was home. I was whole. I was alive. The fire behind me was a dying ember in the vast cradle of the peaks. I descended the jagged slopes with a steady gait that did not falter even as the adrenaline began to ebb from my veins. The transition from the artificial light of the facility to the natural gray of pre-dawn was a baptism. Every step away from the burning concrete felt like a shedding of old skin. I moved through the thickets and over the frozen streams of the high country with a sense of purpose that was no longer driven by survival, but by a quiet curiosity about the world that remained. I was a traveler without a destination, and for the first time in many years that thought did not bring me fear. As the sun crested the eastern ridges, it painted the world in shades of copper and violet. I stopped by a mountain pool fed by a trickle of melting snow. I knelt on the damp earth and looked at my reflection in the water. The distorted creature with the yellow eyes and the shifting skin was gone. The face that looked back at me was weathered and lined with the history of 1,000 battles, but it was human. The features were balanced and the eyes were a deep, steady brown that held the reflection of the sky. I reached down and touched the water. It was cold enough to ache, but I welcomed the sensation. I drank deeply and washed the soot and the copper scent of the laboratory from my neck and arms. I was no longer a ghost or a lizard. I was a man who had survived the impossible. I walked for 3 days toward the south. I avoided the main roads and the clusters of human habitation where the news of the facility might have already reached. I knew that the men in suits would try to explain away the explosion as a gas leak or a structural failure. They would hide their shame behind layers of bureaucracy and silence, but they would know. Every time they looked at the empty spaces in their ledgers and the vacant chairs in their boardrooms, they would remember the shadow that had walked through their defenses. They would live in a prison of their own making, constantly looking over their shoulders for a visitor who would never return. I had given them the greatest punishment possible. I had given them the memory of their own helplessness. On the 4th day, I reached a small village nestled in a valley where the air smelled of wood smoke and damp hay. It was a place that felt as if time had forgotten to move. There were no cameras on the street corners and no digital eyes tracking the movement of the people. I walked into a small bakery where an old woman was pulling loaves of bread from a stone oven. The warmth of the room was a physical weight. I used 2 of the gold coins I had carried from the desert to pay for food and a set of clean clothes. She did not ask where I had come from or why my boots were cased in mountain mud. She simply took the gold and gave me a heavy wool coat and a loaf of bread that was still steaming. I sat on a bench outside and ate the bread. It was the best thing I had ever tasted. It tasted of salt and grain and the simple labor of honest hands. I realized then that the woman from the desert was right. The story was not just about the horror of the past, but about the possibility of the future. I had saved the children, but they would need more than just freedom. They would need a world that was worthy of them. I thought about the coordinates she had given me and the stack of photographs she had left on my table. I knew that there were other facilities and other men like Eris who believed they could play God with the lives of the innocent. My work was not finished, but the nature of that work had changed. I was no longer an assassin or a saboteur. I was a guardian. I was the one who would stand in the dark so that others could walk in the light. I found a small inn at the edge of the village and stayed there for a week. I slept in a bed with white sheets, and I watched the rain fall against the window pane. I let my body heal, and I let my mind settle into the rhythm of a normal life. I spoke to the villagers about the weather and the harvest. I listened to their stories of small triumphs and minor tragedies. I was learning how to be a person again. I was learning that the world was not just a series of tactical objectives and escape routes. It was a tapestry of connections and moments that had no purpose other than to be lived. One evening, as I sat by the fire in the common room, I saw a news report on a small television set tucked in the corner. The screen showed the ruins of the mountain facility. The reporter spoke of a mysterious accident and a series of missing persons. They showed a blurred image of a figure walking away from the flames. The quality was poor and the distance was great, but I recognized the silhouette. It was a tall man with broad shoulders and a steady stride. The reporter called the figure a primary suspect, but I saw something else. I saw a man who was finally walking toward his own life. I saw a man who had left the walls behind forever. I left the village the next morning before the sun was up. I did not want to become a permanent fixture in their lives. I was a nomad by nature and by necessity. I had a long road ahead of me and many more shadows to clear. I headed toward the coast where the air was thick with the scent of the sea. I thought about the fishing village and the lighthouse. I thought about the silence of the desert and the heat of the sun. Those places were parts of me now, but they did not define me. I was the sum of all my escapes and all my victories. I was a man who had been broken and put back together in a shape that was stronger than the original. As I walked, I felt a vibration in my pocket. I reached in and pulled out a small electronic device I had taken from the director's office. It was a secure communicator that bypassed the standard networks. A message was blinking on the small screen. It was a single set of coordinates and a name. The name was not mine, and it was not the name of a target. It was the name of a city I had never visited. I knew that the journalist had found another trail. I knew that she was waiting for me to continue the work we had started in my garden. I looked at the screen for a long moment, and then I tucked it back into my coat. The road stretched out before me, winding through the hills and disappearing into the mist. I felt a sense of peace that was as deep as the ocean. I was no longer running from anything. I was moving towards something. I was the master of my own shadow and the architect of my own fate. I began to walk faster, my boots striking the pavement with a confident ring. The sun broke through the clouds and turned the world into a kaleidoscope of color and light. I was alive and the world was wide, and the story was far from over. I was the man who could walk through walls, and I was finally standing in the open air. I crossed the border into a neighboring country by following the tracks of a freight train through a narrow pass. The movement of the world around me felt like a grand machine, finally synchronized with my own heartbeat. I watched the landscape change from the rugged peaks of the mountains to the rolling plains of the interior. I saw cities of glass and steel that reached for the clouds and small towns that clung to the riverbanks like barnacles. I was a part of it all, and yet I was separate. I was the observer who saw the hidden threads that tied the world together. I reached the city mentioned in the message 3 weeks after I left the village. It was a sprawling metropolis of 10 million souls, a place where a man could disappear forever if he chose. I did not choose to disappear. I chose to be found by the right people. I went to a small cafe in the center of the city and sat at a table by the window. I ordered a cup of black coffee and I waited. I did not have to wait long. A man in a simple gray suit sat down across from me. He did not look like a soldier or a spy. He looked like an accountant or a teacher. He placed a small folder on the table and pushed it toward me. The man told me that there were people who had been watching my progress. He said they were not part of the government or the corporations. They were a loose network of individuals who believed that the secrets of the past should be brought into the light. He said they had seen what I did at the mountain facility, and they wanted to help me do it again. He told me that there were 3 more locations similar to the one I had destroyed. He said they were more heavily guarded and more deeply hidden. He asked me if I was ready to finish what I had started. I looked at the folder. It was filled with maps and blueprints and lists of names. It was a map of a hidden world, a geography of pain and ambition. I looked at the man and I saw the sincerity in his eyes. He was not asking me to be a weapon. He was asking me to be a witness. He was asking me to prove that the things they had done to me and to the children could not be hidden forever. I took the folder and tucked it into my bag. I told him that I did not need his help, but I would take his information. I told him that the shadows were mine to command. The man nodded and stood up. He told me that there was a safe house nearby where I could rest and prepare. He gave me a key and an address, and then he walked away into the crowd. I watched him go, and I felt a strange sense of companionship. I was no longer alone in my fight. There were others who saw the world as I did. There were others who knew that the true monsters did not live under the bed but in the high offices of the city. I finished my coffee and stood up. The air was cool, and the city was humming with life. I felt a surge of energy that was clean and sharp. I spent the next month preparing for the next phase of the mission. I studied the blueprints until I could navigate the facilities in my sleep. I learned the schedules of the guards and the frequencies of the security systems. I moved through the city like a ghost, gathering supplies and information. I was becoming a hunter again, but this time I was hunting for justice. I was hunting for the end of the nightmare. I felt the changes in my body stabilizing. The strength and the speed remained, but the alien coldness was gone. I was a man who had mastered the machine inside him. I chose the first target, a research center disguised as a pharmaceutical warehouse on the outskirts of a coastal city. It was a low building with thick walls and a single entrance. It was surrounded by a sea of asphalt and a chain-link fence. I arrived at midnight on a Tuesday when the city was quiet and the guards were bored. I moved through the shadows with the ease of a cat. I did not use the vents this time. I walked through the front door using an encrypted key card I had obtained from my new contacts. The system did not even blink as I entered. The interior of the warehouse was a maze of white corridors and sterile labs. I moved through the building with a cold efficiency. I found the central data room and I began to upload the files to the network the journalist had set up. I watched the progress bar on the screen and I felt a sense of satisfaction. The secrets were flowing out of the darkness and into the world. The names of the directors and the details of the experiments were being broadcast to 1,000 servers across the globe. The walls were finally coming down. I was halfway through the upload when the sirens began to wail. I had triggered a silent alarm that I had not detected. I did not panic. I did not run. I waited until the transfer was complete, and then I destroyed the terminal with a single blow. I turned to face the door as the security team arrived. They were wearing black tactical gear and carrying high-powered rifles. They moved with a military precision that told me they were not ordinary guards. They were mercenaries hired to protect the heart of the conspiracy. I moved before the first man could level his weapon. I was a blur of motion in the narrow corridor. I used the walls to launch myself over their heads and I struck from behind. I was not looking for a fight. I was looking for a way out. I moved through the group like a ghost, weaving between the bullets and the blows. I was faster than their eyes could follow and stronger than their armor could protect. I reached the exit and I burst through the doors into the night air. I did not stop until I reached the docks. I sat on a wooden pier and watched the moonlight dance on the water. I felt the familiar burn in my lungs and the ache in my muscles. It was a good pain. It was the pain of a man who was doing something that mattered. I looked at the city lights and I knew that the news was already spreading. The files I had uploaded were being read by journalists and activists and government officials who had not been bought. The story was out and it could not be taken back. I realized then that I did not need to destroy every facility myself. I had given the world the tools to destroy them. I had provided the evidence and the motivation. The people would do the rest. They would demand answers and they would demand justice. The men in the suits would find themselves in a world that no longer feared them. They would find themselves in a world that knew their names and their crimes. The experiment was over not because I had killed the creators, but because I had exposed the creation. I stood up and looked toward the horizon. The sun was starting to rise and the sky was turning a pale blue. I felt a sense of completion that was as solid as the ground beneath my feet. I had been a lizard and a ghost and a shadow, but now I was just a man. I had a name and a history and a future. I walked away from the docks and toward the center of the city. I did not know what would happen next, and for the first time in my life I was okay with that. The road was open and the world was wide. I was free. The city began to wake under a blanket of gold and amber light as I navigated the crowded sidewalks. The people around me were rushing to jobs and appointments, unaware that the world had shifted beneath their feet while they slept. I felt the weight of the folder in my bag and the memory of the data I had unleashed. It was a strange sensation to be a hero in a world that did not know my name. I found a small park where the trees were beginning to bud with the first signs of spring. I sat on a wooden bench and watched a group of children playing near a fountain. Their laughter was a sharp contrast to the silence of the labs and the cold metal of the cages. I watched them for a long time, and I felt a deep sense of peace. I had given them a chance at a world where they would never have to see the things I had seen. I knew that my life as a fugitive was not entirely over, but the nature of the pursuit had changed. The corporations were now the ones being hunted. By noon, the news screens on the sides of the skyscrapers were flashing images of the warehouse and the names of the executives I had exposed. The public outcry was immediate and fierce. I saw a group of people gathered around a television in a shop window, their faces filled with shock and anger. They were seeing the truth for the first time, and they were not turning away. The silence that had protected the monsters for decades was finally shattered. I stood up and walked away from the screen. I did not need to see the fallout to know that the fire I had started would not be extinguished. I spent the next several days moving through the city with a new sense of freedom. I no longer felt the need to hide in the shadows or crawl through the vents. I walked through the main squares and ate in crowded diners. I spoke to strangers and listened to the hum of the world. My body felt light and my mind was clear. The fragments of the lizard and the ghost had been integrated into the man. I was a whole being capable of both great violence and great compassion. I realized that the experiment had failed not because it was cruel, but because it had underestimated the resilience of the human spirit. They had tried to turn me into a tool, but they had only succeeded in creating a witness who could dismantle their empire. I received one final message on the secure device. It was from the journalist. She told me that she was safe and that the evidence I had provided was being used to launch international investigations into the parent company. She said that the children from the desert facility had been relocated to a secure location where they were receiving medical care and psychological support. She thanked me for what I had done and told me that she would keep my identity a secret. I deleted the message and crushed the device under my heel. I did not need a tether to the past anymore. The mission was complete and the accounts were balanced. I decided to leave the city and head toward the coast. I wanted to see the ocean one more time. I wanted to feel the salt air on my skin and hear the roar of the waves. I caught a bus that wound through the coastal hills and arrived at a small fishing village just as the sun was beginning to set. The air was cool and smelled of kelp and old wood. I found a small cottage for rent on a cliff overlooking the sea. It was a simple place with a stone fireplace and a wide porch. I paid the owner with the last of the gold coins and moved in that evening. I spent my days walking along the beach and watching the tide come in and go out. I collected driftwood and smooth stones. I learned the names of the birds and the patterns of the stars. I did not look over my shoulder, and I did not dream of the facility. The nightmares had been replaced by the rhythm of the sea. I was learning how to be still. I was learning that life was not a series of battles to be won, but a series of moments to be cherished. I was no longer defined by what I had survived, but by what I chose to become. One morning, I was sitting on the porch drinking a cup of tea when I saw a woman walking along the shore. She was wearing a heavy sweater and carrying a sketchbook. She looked up and saw me and she waved. I waved back. It was a simple gesture, but it felt like a milestone. I was a part of the community now. I was a neighbor and a friend. I was a man who lived in a cottage on the cliff. The story of the man in the walls had become a legend, a ghost story told in the boardrooms of the powerful. But here, in the light of the sun, I was just a person. I thought back to the man I had been when I first woke up in the desert. I remembered the fear and the confusion and the raw animal instinct for survival. I remembered the scales and the yellow eyes and the coldness that had threatened to swallow my soul. I realized that the journey had been necessary. I had to go through the darkness to understand the value of the light. I had to lose everything to find out what truly mattered. I looked at my hands and saw that they were steady. I felt the warmth of the sun on my face, and I smiled. The world was still a dangerous place, and there were still men who believed they could rule through fear. But I knew that there were also people who would stand against them. I had seen the courage of the journalist and the kindness of the baker and the resilience of the children. I knew that the light would always find a way to break through the cracks. I was no longer the only one fighting. I was part of a much larger story, one that would continue long after I was gone. As the weeks turned into months, I began to write. I did not write about the horror or the pain. I wrote about the beauty of the desert and the strength of the mountains. I wrote about the smell of the pines after a rain and the way the moonlight looked on the water. I wrote about the freedom of the open road and the peace of a quiet home. I was reclaiming my voice and my history. I was turning my experiences into something that could help others find their way. I was no longer a subject of an experiment. I was the author of my own life. The sun set over the ocean, casting a long shadow across the porch. I stood up and stretched, feeling the strength in my limbs and the clarity in my mind. I looked out at the horizon where the sky met the sea in a seamless line of blue and violet. I felt a deep and abiding sense of gratitude. I had escaped the walls and I had survived the fire. I had found my way home. I turned and walked into the cottage, leaving the door open to the evening breeze. I was whole and I was free, and for the first time in a very long time, I was exactly where I was supposed to be. The story was over and the life had finally begun.